So it's just after 2 o'clock and I'm down at the Waterloo bonfire site. You can clearly see a lot of effort has been put into building quite a substantial bonfire. What I particularly like is the pumpkin on the hat stand just up there. That's certainly something that I think everyone's going to enjoy seeing. Some of the excitement as the evening progresses and the fireworks start is the clergy, and here we see the clergy stand being set up and the crosses being ready for lighting later. And Bonfire would not be complete without, of course, the plotters. And there's two of them coming out with their plan. We don't know what the effigy is yet. The fireworks are quite a big part, and a lot of preparation goes on. Here we see the fireworks being set up for this evening for the Waterloo display. And there's quite a lot, and those are the people at the control panel ready to set them off. Hopefully not all in one go.
I quite like that.
Good afternoon and welcome to all our viewers on our YouTube channel here on Rocket FM. We are community radio for Lewes and the Ouse Valley, and this is Lewes Bonfire 2021. My name's Dino Bishop and I'm here in our studio above the War Memorial here in Lewes with Helen Browning-Smith.
Hello, it's nice to be back.
It's been 2 years since we were last here. We had a hiatus last year, of course, because of COVID. We mustn't mention, that'll be the last time we mention the C word this evening.
I doubt it.
But we're back this year. The societies decided back in August that they would each go ahead, and so we have this evening the return of Lewes Bonfire. We're broadcasting to you not on FM as we normally would, but this year we're just doing a special programme for Bonfire Night itself, and we are streaming on YouTube. And so obviously you found us if you can hear us because we're here on our YouTube channel. But we'll also take your messages on Facebook and on Twitter. So you can find us on Facebook or Twitter and let us know your dedications for this evening. If there's somebody in your family or group of friends that you'd like to say hello to, and we'll do that. But most importantly, we will bring you our commentary on Bonfire 2021. All of the action here at the War Memorial, all of the processions, the various societies, visiting societies and bands, taking us through till about 9 o'clock. And from then, we'll try and join some of our colleagues across the fire sites around Lewes, bringing you video reports via our Facebook page, and we'll try and drop in a few video posts as well during the evening. So do stay tuned to our YouTube channel here, and we'll bring you the best of Bonfire 2021. The crowds are starting to build, would you say, Helen? I mean, what have we got in front of us now?
Well, I can see a group of security people just checking things out. We have people starting to gather on the pavements around the War Memorial. There's what I can only describe as a charming stall over the road selling glitzy plastic stuff, much to the dismay of various parents, I'm sure. But there's definitely a sense that something is building. There are people milling around and starting to look a little bit excited.
Safety is very much a consideration this year, of course. We're very fortunate that we are able to proceed. It was on Wednesday the 4th of August this year that the Bonfire Safety Group met, and they're now called the Lewes Bonfire Joint Event Forum, and each society confirmed that night that they were preparing for a full event. Preparing for the event, of course, with no guarantee that it would go ahead. So preparation starts in the first Sunday of September, and since then the societies have been preparing for tonight's celebrations. And we have a message from Darryl Gale, who is the Director of Public Health at East Sussex County Council. He wrote to each of the chairs of the bonfire societies in Lewes, and they in turn have shared this information to their members. And it's a warning that across the country, rates of COVID infection have steadily been increasing since September, and Lewes is no exception to the trend of high and sustained escalating rates And COVID-19 continues to put pressure on our local hospitals. And so what the Director of Public Health is asking is that societies urge their members to take some sensible precautions to make sure this evening is safe as possible from a COVID perspective. So members have been encouraged to take lateral flow tests within 48 hours before the event. And they've been encouraged, of course, to take up vaccination and be double jabbed. And we understand from Mick Symes earlier today that Guy Fawkes himself has been double jabbed.
Good for him.
And mask wearing is very much encouraged this evening for the crowds that will inevitably gather here in Lewes for this main event in the Bonfire calendar. And there's no legislation as such compelling the public to wear masks, but they have been urged to wear masks and encourage others to do the same. And although it seems counterintuitive, given that this is an outdoor event, social distancing does become increasingly difficult when there are crowds and there are fumes and smoke and particulates. All of those increase the likelihood of coughing, which is not good. So wearing a mask outside on this occasion does make sense, and it'll also help to protect from those particulates and keep everybody's face warm on a chilly night. So there you go, very good reasons to be wearing a mask. Easy for the Bonfire boys, of course, with their scarves, to pull their scarves up over their noses too. So we hope to see the crowds that are starting to appear here on the pavement hopefully wearing masks. Not much evidence of what I can see so far, but then again, there aren't that many people here just yet.
They will later when their noses get cold.
Oh, absolutely. So we do want a safe and a successful event this evening, and so we hope that those small changes will make a big difference. Safety is always a top priority for the Bonfire Societies in organising tonight's event, and we have to remember, of course, that it's not one event as such. It's actually 6 that are all taking place simultaneously in the same site. So there's a bit of sort of working around. There's no sort of central coordination as such.
What could possibly go wrong?
Absolutely nothing. Never does. Always amazing that something as complicated and intricate as the Bonfire celebrations managed to go ahead so well. And we mentioned that each of the societies are preparing for their respective fire sites and their processions. So Eugene Sully has been to Commercial Square Bonfire site on Lamport Recreation Ground, and so we can take a look at what he's been up to.
Here we are at Commercial Square Bonfire Society, where a lot of preparation is getting ready for the fireworks tonight. But not everybody is so jolly. A member of the clergy is taking cover, and so is Guy Fawkes. I wonder what they're taking cover for. They could end up on this, a truly traditional bonfire. Well, almost traditional. And with a little bit of discussion and relaxing before the main event, there's still time to have a fire.
If you just joined us on our YouTube channel, you're listening to Rocket FM's special broadcast of Lewes Bonfire 2021 with me, Dino Bishop.
And me, Helen Browning-Smith.
And we're here in a very well-appointed flat above the War Memorial.
And you are all very welcome to join us.
It's good of you to have us in your home, Helen, once again this year. It really is the best vantage point for Bonfire. It's incredible, the view that you've got directly over the War Memorial.
It really is. It's extraordinary. I often think that if I wanted to just Airbnb this place on the 5th of November, I could probably make enough to give up work for the rest of the year. But I am dedicated to the rocket cause, so here we are.
Very good. Well, we seem to have overtaken your flat with various bits of equipment. This is rather a technical marvel this year because normally we would broadcast on FM and on the internet in the 2 weeks running up to Bonfire. But we have been unable to raise funding during the year from the local businesses, and we felt it was rather unfair, really, to be asking them after such a tough time over the last 18 months. And so we have just managed to bring you this YouTube live stream, and we're going television. I mean, normally we're doing radio, but we're bringing you the audio in stereo. Thanks to our marvellous sound engineer, Roger Stamp, who is expert in these things, and this amazing technical wizardry of having video, so we can actually stream what's going on out of the window here, and also bring you some clips of video from elsewhere. And that's thanks to Steve Pilfold and also to Eugene Sully for contributing too. So it's a marvellous team effort here, able to bring you our coverage of Bonfire 2021. We hope you're enjoying it.
It's amazing. There are lots and lots of cables and bits of equipment and all sorts of technical looking exciting things that I've never seen before.
And I can show you what some of this kit does. Would you like that?
Ooh, yes,
well,
please.
So I mentioned Eugene. Now he's been on a bit of a wander, and he's been down to Waterloo's Bonfire site. So we can bring you a bit of that if you.
I'm down at the Waterloo bonfire site. You can clearly see a lot of effort has been put into building quite a substantial bonfire. What I particularly like is the pumpkin on the hat stand just up there. That's certainly something that I think everyone's going to enjoy seeing. Some of the excitement as the evening progresses and the fireworks start is the clergy, and here we see the clergy stand being set up and the crosses being ready for lighting later. And Bonfire would not be complete without, of course, the plotters, and there's two of them coming out with their plan. We don't know what the effigy is yet. The fireworks are quite a big part, and a lot of preparation goes on. Here we see the fireworks being set up for this evening for the Waterloo display, and there's quite a lot, and those are the people at the control panel ready to set them off, hopefully not all in one go.
That was Eugene reporting there from Waterloo's Bonfire Society site. And it's Dino here and Helen. We're here at the War Memorial for Lewes Bonfire 2021. And we've got such a marvellous view. Eugene Sully has now suddenly appeared at the memorial in front of us. And he's doing a video of us videoing him streaming to you.
How meta is that?
Jeez, that's just blown my mind. The time is now 16:32, just a little after 4:30, and the crowds are starting to assemble. We're just, patches of maybe 4 or 5 people here or there, and then another group, and the plum site seems to be outside what was Barclays Bank. Now, Barclays Bank the signage has been removed very recently, and that's because not only has the building been sold and is no longer a bank, or is in the process of being sold, but also there has been some controversial graffiti applied to the building, encouraging Barclays, shall we say, to divest of their funding of fossil fuels. And so that they probably didn't want to be associated with having their logo on the building as well as that graffiti. So the logo has been hastily removed. But that seems to be the plum spot for people to stand. And I can see various members of Waterloo now just walking up the road off to where they are now going to assemble very shortly. Some of the earlier processions are the children's processions, which will be taking place shortly. We can give you a little run through of some of the timings of what's going to be happening this evening. So a little after 5 o'clock, Commercial Square will be starting their children's procession, which begins at their headquarters and will take some of the smaller streets around the Elephant and Castle pub there. So down St John Street, Lancaster Street and around. And that's a lovely one for the children to be involved in.
At 5:30, we've got Waterloo's first procession.
Yep. So the children's processions lead very shortly afterwards into the processions of remembrance, and that's when the focus really is here where we're situated at the top of School Hill, and we'll see a sequence of various quite moving acts of remembrance as the 6 societies and their guest societies and their bands come up to the memorial. They perform their act of remembrance, so we might hear the last post and then a minute's silence followed by reveille and the laying of the wreath, and then they move off, and each society does that in turn. And then throughout the course of the evening we'll move on to other processions through the town. Each society has their own procession route, which takes them sometimes along the high street here where we are. Sometimes they're doing that in conjunction with other societies, and there's a bit of sort of negotiating between the societies, a bit of pausing while one society finishes and then it's the next society's turn. So it really is a marvellously choreographed and yet not choreographed act, I suppose.
To the casual observer, I think it can appear to be quite chaotic, can't it?
There's method in the madness. One of the things we're seeing right now, what was that gentleman over there you see, Helen?
Oh, the Commercial Square Native American. He looks absolutely fabulous. The costumes, of course, that the Native Americans wear date from the time when some Commercial Square members actually went and fought in the American Civil War, wasn't it? Yes. And the Native Americans taught them the skills to create these extraordinary shell and bead pieces of clothing, and those skills have been passed down through Commercial Square over the last 160 odd years.
Well, through the generations. Yeah, I think the members of Commercial Square, I think they went to work on the railways actually, and they were, obviously impressed by the plight of the Native American Indians, and so they brought those stories back and those skills back. So that experience is then reflected and has been passed on through the generations, and as a sort of a tribute to those North American Indians, those Native Americans, we see the costumes that are worn by the first pioneers of Commercial Square. Second pioneers are the American Civil War, as you say, and those have got some splendid costumes. Actually, there are some fantastic costumes this evening. Do you like the cliff ones?
If I was going to be in Bonfire, I would want to be a French revolutionary. That's my fantasy.
You'll be singing along to Les Mis
and La Marseillaise.
Absolutely.
But all the societies have their first and second pioneers, and all look absolutely splendid. And of course, this evening, as we see them, will be you'll be able to see them as well if you're watching our live stream. But for those who are just listening to us, we'll be describing as much as we can.
No, we did say this evening we'll try. We're going to be on air. Well, we're going to be live streamed via YouTube until about 9 o'clock here at the War Memorial, and then we'll bring you videos from elsewhere around the town. But we did say that we would bring you as many of the messages as we can from listeners. So if you'd like to say hello to any members of your family or friends that you know will be watching our live stream this evening, then do get in contact. You can find us on Facebook, we're Rocket FM Lewes, and you can also find us on Twitter, Rocket FM Lewes. And so Sheila Terry has done just that. Hello, Sheila. And she says, please say hi to Karen and Vivian, who are watching in Nairobi. Wow. I've no idea what time it is in Nairobi now. Does this mean they're getting up early or they're going to bed late?
I've no idea, but I'm very excited to hear we've got people listening from around the world, watching.
Yeah,
I'm still in Radio Land, sorry.
So watching, listening, yes, participating. So hello, Karen and Vivian. And also, here's a great one here from Letty Ford. And Letty, this is actually from Jackie Wallace, actually, and it's for Letty Ford. And she says she is in the procession, this is Letty, but we can't come home, and we can't come and reading's very difficult and speaking at the same time.
Can I help at all? Dino?
So there we go.
So Letty Ford is in the procession, but we can't come and see her this year and want her to have an amazing time. Light it up, Letty. And that's from Darren Ford.
There you go. And that's got 3 hearts. I think that's good. So hi to them. Do send us any messages you want to put out, and we'll try and bring those. Adrian Jackson, I know, is listening up there in South Shields, and he's watching as well on our YouTube. And he says it's great to see Bonfire has returned to Lewes. Have a great and a safe night. Well, thank you very much, Adrian, and all good wishes to you and to Diane and to everybody in South Shields and in the northeast who are watching on YouTube. I'm being summoned.
You're being
through the window here.
heckled.
I'm being heckled. Heckled?
Who's heckling you, Dino?
You do get hecklers on live streams. So
anything is possible.
Eugene and Mark, who are some of our stalwarts, have just popped up in front of my view here and have been waving and heckling me. Well, thank you for that. Now, looking out of the window at 20 to 5 here in Lewes, we can see that, well, we've got quite a few people starting to appear. Now, shall we upset the techies by moving the camera a bit? I'm going to try and pan now.
If you dare.
If I dare. So this is where it all goes. Wait, brace yourself for a blank screen. So no, that's not going to work. I need to loosen this. Bear with. So there you go. I just did a little bit of a pan there. I don't know if that helps, but it just gives you a bit of a flavour of what we're looking at here.
Dino, shall we go to some bonfire memories?
Do we have some bonfire memories?
Apparently we have some bonfire memories.
Well, that would be most excellent. Oh, we've got a Eugene report.
Even better.
We have content flying in thick and fast here, dear listener. Yeah, that would be marvellous.
Outside the War Memorial, preparations are getting ready for the big events happening tonight at Lewes. Shops have been boarding up. Smugglers in dress. And parking in place. Soon, the traffic will be stopping in the town. And at 6:30, the procession starts. Helen and Dino do the Rocket FM broadcast from outside the War Memorial, and Roger is doing the sound. The last bus goes past and the trains will stop, and this relatively quiet town will become a complete cacophony of madness tonight.
There you go. Thank you, Eugene, for that. Thank you for filming me, filming you, filming me, filming you.
He's been a busy chap, hasn't he?
Hasn't he just? We're starting to see more people outside, actually, and they're looking up at us here. So they're probably bemused as to why these people are talking into oversized microphones, I think we'd best describe them as. But it's because we're here broadcasting, live streaming the Bonfire, Lewes Bonfire Celebrations 2021. You are very welcome. It's lovely to have you with us, and you can see everything that we can see through the magic of YouTube.
Just out of shot, I've just spotted Rocketeer Debbie Matthews, who's marching with South Street tonight. There she is, walking past the camera, looking absolutely magnificent in her costume. I'm sure we'll be seeing her again later.
And it's starting to get dark now. Well, you can obviously see this, can't you? Because you can see what it's not like radio where I'm describing what I can see. You can actually see what I'm seeing.
I've just realised we need to take a slightly different approach this year, don't we? Why didn't we think of this before?
Well, we're out of practice, folks. It's been 2 years, okay? So cut us a break.
Yeah, forgive us.
Yeah,
our rustiness.
Hugh Edwards wasn't available.
You're the next best thing, Dino.
Oh, dear me. Terry Wogan didn't have this trouble on the Eurovision.
Well, his advice was famously, don't have a drink until after the fourth song.
Was it the fourth song or the ninth song? He wouldn't have waited till the ninth song, would he?
Who knows?
Yeah.
But anyway, I guess our motto could be, don't have a drink until after the second procession.
Yes, absolutely. Well, let us tell you a bit about the War Memorial here then, this marvellous statue that we are going to be mentioning several times a minute over the next 3 hours. It's at the top of School Hill here in the centre of Lewes in East Sussex, prominently sited at the junction of the High Street and Market Street. And its function is to commemorate the 251 men from Lewes who died in the First World War and the 126 who died in the Second World War. And it was unveiled in 1922 and became a listed building in 1985.
Yes, grade 2 star, I believe. It was designed by Vernon March, who also designed the Canadian National War Memorial in Ottawa, the Cenotaph in Cape Town, and the Diamond War Memorial in Northern Ireland. Some people may know that there was actually once a church on the site where the War Memorial is now. It was St Nicholas's Church. That was destroyed, I think, in the early 18th, late 17th century. And people will have seen some of the old pictures, the old Reeves pictures, where there was a very ornate lamppost on this site. But of course, this was placed here in 1922.
Yeah, it's made of Portland stone. It's an obelisk with bronze statuary, and the obelisk stands on a cruciform stone plinth. I think that means cross-shaped, with steps between the pairs of piers leading up to the bronze shields that we can see. And it's topped by a bronze statue of a winged Victory, that's her name, standing on a globe facing east towards the fields of Flanders, holding up a laurel wreath. And then the base features 2 bronze statues.
Yes, peace looking in the direction of Flanders Fields, and at the back is Liberty. Or is it the other way around?
No, you're right, actually. And Liberty is seated to the west holding a torch. That's how we know it's her. And Peace, I think, has got a dove on her shoulder.
Can I tell you something about the nipples on the War Memorial, Dino?
Well,
I mean, is it a bit early for this? Some people will know the story of Rodin's Kiss that was exhibited in Lewes Town Hall, and a local woman named Kate Fowler-Tutt complained and thought that the statue was too lewd to be shown in public, so it was removed and sent to Lewes House and was kept in an outbuilding for years and years and years. Anyway, the same Miss Fowler-Tutt, just before the War Memorial was due to be unveiled in 1922, was appalled at the prominence of the nipples on the figures of Victory, Peace and Liberty, and demanded that they were hastily filed down.
Filed down?
I know, eek, it makes you wince, doesn't it?
It does.
But Miss Fowler-Tutt was actually a very cool person indeed. She was a suffragette. She was deeply concerned about poverty, particularly how it affected women and children. She was one of the first female councillors in the town, I think, so she was a great champion. But we in Lewes do sort of remember her for this slightly prudish approach that she took to public art, and I think that's perhaps a little unfair.
Well, I know we're going to hear a bit about the history of Bonfire, something that's been prepared by Roger Stamp, and he's been talking to various experts in history, Jim
You're
Etherington amongst
to
them.
Bonfire Memories. We're hearing lots of different
Great.
stories of Bonfire
That'll be it.
in the past. And
Yes,
we're going
it's
to
going
listen
out.
to Peter Messer now, and he's going to tell us all about the different representations in art and photography of Lewes Bonfire.
So, Peter, you've painted some pretty well-known paintings of Lewes Bonfire, in particular the commercial square prayer painting, which is hung up around the town, and most of us have got in our living rooms a copy of it. And you in the Elephant and Castle, sorry.
Well, that one is, yes. That was a fundraiser really that we did a good number of years ago, sort of early. God, I think it was about 1998. It was about the time of the millennium, And it was originally hung in the Black Horse when Vic Newman, the late Vic Newman, was our president. And when he moved from the pub, it logically went down to the Elephant, which is our traditional headquarters, and it's still there. It's still there in the bar. And that was a painting that was really, as I say, done as a fundraiser, and we sold quite a lot of prints of that. As I say, it's getting on a bit now, but anybody who goes into the Elephant can see it hanging over the fireplace.
Bonfire has been represented in various paintings and sort of lithographs. Can you just talk us through the way that Bonfire was represented and what we can see from those paintings and lithographs?
Well, quite a few of the old black and white images are they concentrate on the fire itself. And a lot of them date back from the sort of barbaric days when they talked about putting bags of cats in the fire to make the screaming sound, which turns my stomach a bit. But it was a bit more of a barbaric business in those days. It wasn't quite, and so you had these slightly carnivalesque figures, and a lot of people in these images were wearing kind of quite grotesque masks and noses and things, and there's almost a non-English appearance to some of them, and then
and often these are in the street. I mean, the bonfire's literally in the street.
Yeah, that's right. They almost were, always were. There was a big one at the top of what is now Station Street, and there was one in the cliff in the street, which, bearing in mind, you know, how narrow the cliff is and those timber frame buildings, it must have been quite a risky business in those days. I don't think you would have wanted to be buying a house down there with knowing that was going on. But it was very up close and personal, Bonfire. I mean, it was just a mayhem, really. I mean, the riot act was read, and there was all sort of arrests and stuff. It was not the well-oiled machine it is now, actually, in a lot of ways.
What do you think of the Thomas Henwood painting that's in Anne of Cleves' house? I mean, that's probably the best representation of Bonfire in the 1850s, which is really around the birth of bonfire societies, isn't it?
Pretty much. I think that's, well, obviously you can see all the smugglers, the smugglers' Guernseys there, nearly all blue, because it was what became the Borough Bonfire. It was the Lewes Bonfire, although there is a stray red and white one in there, and I think, which is obviously the colours that Waterloo use now. Commercial's gold and black was a relatively late thing, I think. There's still, the jury's still out about sort of what the actual original colour was, and it's been sort of expressed as anything from a sort of like the colour of strong tea to bright yellow, really. And Paul Wheeler, the late Paul Wheeler in Lewes Bonfire, in Commercial Square Bonfire, was very big in reintroducing the smugglers, because they'd kind of fallen out of favour a bit with us. We had lots of Native Americans and various other. Well, we had a whole range of other costumes then. It wasn't quite as regimented as it is now. So, you know, there were people dressed as, you know, Pierrots and Valencians and God knows what. And he was quite big about reintroducing the traditional smuggler. And now it's you know, the biggest costume in Bonfire again, which I think is good. I think you've got to have smugglers, and it's also a very practical working costume.
And in a strange way, it really does hark back to that painting, because everybody was wearing a Guernsey sweater in that painting.
Well, yes, and of course one of the other reasons was that the law took a dim view of the whole business, and it enabled you that, and masking or blacking up the face or anything to avoid possible arrest, and it was very difficult on the night to get your collar felt if everybody looked the same, and everybody, you know, who threw that bloke in the stripy Guernsey with the blacked out face. You know, it makes it very difficult to. It was purely because it was a slightly it was a bit of an insurrection on the night, and you didn't really want to be too identified.
Of what is now the law courts, which was then County Hall, and they are, top-hatted and smart, and then in front of them are kind of renegades throwing fireworks. He feels that those were the subscribers, because in those early bonfire societies, you had a group of subscribers who put up the money effectively.
Well, that still goes on. We still have, if you look at in our programme, and I guess the others as well, we have a section of vice presidents and subscribers who are all people who put in amounts of money of various large and small amounts, and it's not how we fund Bonfire, but it's a welcome gesture that we always record in the programme, and I imagine there were various local business interests who didn't mind throwing in a few quid at the time. The thing is, all the dignitaries that watch it now are usually watching it from up in the sheriff's room in the town hall rather than on the streets, but where they get a very good view from up there. I don't know how many of them actually brave the steps these days, but and certainly not in top hats.
Your painting of Commercial Square, in some respects, is an allegorical painting, isn't it? It's kind of realistic, but in another way, it isn't.
Well, it is. It was an attempt to kind of. It was an attempt to include everything, really. I've done a more realistic painting of Commercial Square. Probably about 10 years ago. The original isn't in Lewes anymore, it's abroad, but a lot of people might have seen that through prints, because the prints of that have been quite popular, which is more of a bird's eye view of the square, showing it pretty much from where the old police station used to be, and that is more topographically accurate. The one down there was really a kind of a dry run for that, but it was an attempt to sort of show a bit of everything. So I've got there's a Native American in a contemporary headdress as we make them now, in the traditional way, but there's also some in the stiff and solid headdress, which is what we used to use back in the 30s, before we'd had this coaching from an actual Native American. So, and there are bits of army uniforms of various periods. It's just an attempt to kind of cover everything really of the society at the time, because it was done round about the millennium, so just before the millennium. So it was a bit of a, Commercial Square at 2000 sort of snapshot.
It's a huge amount of detail. I mean, your paintings are incredibly detailed anyway, but there is such an amount of detail in that painting when you look at it closely.
Well, there's quite a lot. My paintings tend to give the impression of more detail than they've actually got a lot of the time, I think. But it is quite detailed. As I say, the other one that I did, that I was talking about, the sort of bird's eye view of Commercial Square, is a much bigger painting, and actually that was more of a headache to do. I mean, I was sort of like walking around seeing little sort of gold and black Guernseys everywhere I looked, even after I put the brush down, just because it sort of seared itself onto my retina. So that was a bit of a mind blow. But no, it's more to do with texture, I think, a texture and a kind of a feel, and you can give there is detail, but it's not as meticulous as some might think. It's obviously to some extent it is, but it's not done in quite such a. It's certainly not photographic.
No, because in photography you've always got to resolve the contrasts, whereas somehow in a painting you don't have that problem. You can have the contrast.
Yeah, you can make them up and put them where you like as well. That's the whole thing. I've never been a photographer. I've never really grasped photography. I mean, I love to see good photography, but I could never do it. All the photographs I take are tiny little reference things of a light falling on a road, so I don't think I've ever taken a proper composed photograph in my life. It's a sketchbook for me. So when I do actually see somebody taking a really good photograph of Bonfire, and I mean it's a difficult thing to photograph. It does bring out a lot of people in the crowd who try it and don't always get it right. We're lucky in our society. We've got some very accomplished bonfire photographers because they've been doing it a long time. I know Peter Schuler has been refining his techniques over 20 odd years, and even now he keeps thinking he's going to, he's found another way to do it or another way of looking at it, and I don't think it ever stops when you get really involved in it. But I don't have any of those things to worry about really, and to some extent, it's probably more of an interesting challenge to a photographer than it is to a painter, because after a little while, there's only so much I feel I want to paint about Bonfire. And the other thing is, because I've been in it so long, like most walking members, you actually find that what you really see of Bonfire is the back of the person in front of you and the people on either side of you and the odd little bits and pieces that happen during the evening. You never really get much sense of the procession unless you get to the bottom of School Hill and look back over your shoulder, and then it can bring you up short sometimes just to see how much of a river of fire it is. And so that's actually another reason why I like looking at other people's photographs, because you just see a different view.
Lovely.
First time we went out there was 2002, but I know they've been going out there before that. But yeah, we've been several times. Yeah.
And do you stay with the same family when you go out there?
No, we get relegated to the sports hall.
Well, you've got to work your way up the rankings, then, haven't you?
Yes.
And the people who are staying with you, are they nice? Is it a family? Is it a couple?
Always. We have Thomas. I don't know where he is. Where's Thomas? Ah, Thomas. Oh, Thomas.
You gonna give us a countdown, Rog?
It's a little after 5 o'clock, and you're watching our YouTube broadcast, our live stream of Lewes Bonfire 2021. This is Rocket FM. We are community radio for Lewes and the Ouse Valley, usually radio, but this year we're television too, where we're live streaming. My name is Dino Bishop, and with me is Helen Browning-Smith.
Hello, and welcome to all our listeners and viewers who've just watched us. Who just joined us. I'm sorry, this confusion between audio and video is doing my head in, but hopefully we'll get into it.
Yes, well, we've been asleep really for the last 2 years because, of course, this is the return of Bonfire. We didn't have Bonfire in Lewes last year, one of the many things that was a victim of COVID. But on the 5th of August this year, it was decided among each of the bonfire societies in Lewes that we would plan to go ahead. And it's been touch and go for the last few months, with cases of COVID rising, of course, in the country and also in Lewes. But the event is going ahead, and each of the 6 societies have liaised between themselves, and here we are. So,
and it's starting to get a little bit more lively out there, isn't it? Lots of people milling around, lots of costumes appearing.
Yeah, well, you can see on our live stream now that we have various high-vis vests appearing, which I assume to be the police and some marshals, shall we say? So now the marshals have arrived in quite a large squad with their high-vis vests, and they are asking people to now get onto the pavement. And some of the bonfire members are assisting. We've got some of the members of Waterloo here at the moment, and also Southover, and they're encouraging members of the public now to get onto the pavements. The numbers are very much diminished compared to usual years at this time of the evening. Here we are a little after 5, and really there are quite a few patches of empty pavements, which is good. I mean, the societies would prefer it if actually nobody came. They do this for themselves, and so they would rather there wasn't actually anybody here to almost get in the way. And after that little bit of excitement with the marshals, things seem to have quietened down.
Starting to look a bit congested outside what used to be Barclays Bank, though. And people starting to line up all the way down School Hill now too.
So we're taking your messages here on Rocket, and so we're saying hello to members of your friends and family, and sending your bonfire wishes to them. If you'd like us to read out your dedication, then get in contact. You can message us via our Facebook page, and also you can tweet us. We're on Twitter at Rocket FM Lewes. Just trying to find some of the messages that are coming in here now. Talk amongst yourselves.
There seem to be rather a lot of them, which is lovely.
I'm scrolling. We've done Jackie Wallace and Daniel Roberts and Carol Fitzgerald. Hello to you, and also to Lisa Henshaw Jones. Lisa, hello. Please can you say hello to Jess and Emily Jameson Groves. Jess and Emily Jameson Groves, hello to you from your friend Lisa, who is watching on our live stream. Now, the members of the Southover Bonfire Society have now started to process to a single drum beat past the War Memorial with their crosses unlit at this point in proceedings, and the crosses commemorate the 17 Protestant martyrs who were burnt at the stake pretty much on this very spot, or just a little bit up the road.
Just outside the town hall, I think, wasn't it? That used to be the Star Inn in those days.
Indeed, during the reign of Queen Mary in the Marian persecutions. And so this is the sort of solemn part of the evening before the raucousness. So we begin with an act of remembrance. Each of the societies take it in turns to perform their act of remembrance. By this point, the children's processions and a lot of the family-oriented processions have taken place or are taking place.
Band will retire. A vote! Turn!
And we're just bringing you pictures now of the band who are accompanying the members of Southover Bonfire, and their first pioneers are the Cluniac monks, and that of course is an expression of the link with the priory in Lewes that's adjacent to the Southover area, which was of course a village at one point, quite separate to Lewes.
It was enormous, wasn't it? And you still see in many of the buildings in that area some of the stones that were reused after the destruction of the priory.
Yeah, all around Lewes actually you can see them. They've been sort of pilfered from people's houses, I think mostly in the sort of Victorian era. It was a popular pastime, wasn't it? Go and have pick up a souvenir at the priory ruins. Especially when they drove the railway right through it.
Yes, and in doing so found the bodies of near on 1,000 people who had been in the Battle of Lewes as well. Amazing.
Yeah, incredible. There's some incredible history here. A lot of that history is reflected in the proceedings tonight. And now the torches are lit.
And the flags are dipped. And the poppies are lit. Red and green.
And the crowd observe a minute's silence. Until this point in proceedings, the processions were in darkness without torches lit. Now, some torches are lit, the poppies are lit, and we wait for Reveille, as the crowds mark their respect for those that have fallen in the 2 world wars and subsequent conflicts.
And the wreath is laid by one of Southover's younger members.
Band will advance. Band, wide the centre. Quick, march.
And they're off as the band now march off with members of and down School Hill, heading towards Library Corner.
And a distinct shift in tone as they leave the memorial to continue their evening.
And the crowds have built now. And so we have, 6 or 7 deep here at the centre of town, just crossing Market Street there.
Yeah, it's certainly livening up. Not in the style that we would usually expect Bonfire on a Friday night, but as we all know, there are many, many reasons for that.
Yeah, it's really important though that it did take place this evening. After a year without Bonfire, many feared that if we went a second year without Bonfire, that, not that we get out of the habit, but those who would rather that Bonfire didn't go ahead, and it does have its detractors, that they would somehow then have ammunition to say, well, look, we've been without Bonfire for 2 years, 3 years, and the world hasn't ended. You're feeling a bit nostalgic for Bonfire, then you can dip in and take a watch of what we've enjoyed this evening. I mentioned some of the charities that the societies are collecting for this evening. Debbie Matthews has been in touch. Hello, Debbie. And she says, not sure if you are aware, but the South Street collection is for Pippa's group. And Homelink and the Railway Land Wildlife Trust. Thank you for letting us know that, Debbie. And so people, if you could put some money in the buckets for South Street this evening, that's who they're collecting for. So if you're involved in Pippa's Group, Homelink or the Railway Land Wildlife Trust, then we're very happy to be supporting you this evening through Bonfire. In between the processions, as we now are, the next society will be getting themselves ready to process up. I'm seeing a couple of Waterloo Guernseys, so that might indicate that it's Waterloo up next. The timings that are published, although each society in their programme publishes the timing for their processions, there is a bit of leeway as things change and societies have to wait for one another. There's going to be a change to Waterloo's advertised programme this evening, and that is because John Gearing, who was an absolute stalwart of Waterloo Bonfire Society, passed away very recently, and so something special will be happening in tribute to him this evening. We'll tell you more about that when it happens shortly, but watch out for that from Waterloo. And Commercial Square will be up here very shortly too, with their act of remembrance. The time's now 22 minutes past 5. You're listening to Dino and Helen here on Rocket FM. We are community radio for Lewes and the Ouse Valley, bringing you a live stream on our YouTube channel of Bonfire 2021.
And a very warm Bonfire welcome to anyone who's just tuned in.
Oh, it's warm and toasty up here, Helen. You've got the heating up to the max. It's very good.
Heating on and windows open. Do you think I should probably have kept that quiet?
Well, we hang our heads in shame. I know it's COP26 at the moment. There we are. Nobody's going to mention bonfire and environmental issues this evening. You'll set a hair running.
Yes, that's a hot bonfire potato that we don't wish to touch.
I know it's bad. I know. Yeah.
Let's talk about something else.
Yes, absolutely. So let me give you an indication of some of the charities that are being collected for this evening then. So see if I can find you something about Waterloo. Let's have a look. So they are collecting for Hospice in the Weald, and that was chosen by a member of their society in memory of a late member, Robin Goodhue from Waterloo. And as ever this year, Waterloo are supporting the St John Ambulance. So if you're putting money into the buckets of a gentleman or lady wearing a red and white hooped Guernsey, then that is where the money is going. Do give generously to the charity buckets. It's a really big part of Bonfire, the collections for those societies' chosen charities.
And of course, St John's Ambulance have a very important role to play in the evening.
Hopefully they won't have any role at all to play this evening. Obviously, we hope that any injuries or incidents are an absolute minimum. Generally, they tend to be in the crowds. It tends to be people not directly involved in the societies, but who've come from outside. So the societies are very well organised when it comes to safety, very well briefed, and they've done this many times before and are quite sort of expert in it.
They're absolutely rigorous, aren't they? I think it goes back to, as we were saying earlier, to the casual observer. It can look a bit anarchic and a bit chaotic, and of course that's part of its appeal, but actually health and safety is really taken so seriously by all the societies. And as Dino says, it tends to be people who have perhaps come in from outside, who aren't so familiar with the event, and aren't necessarily aware of those safety points that need to be observed.
Absolutely. And we think, according to the timetable, that Waterloo will be the next society to appear before us at the War Memorial. Then their first procession is due to head off at 5:30, so they'll be with us in about 5 minutes' time. It's 25 past 5 here on Rocket FM. Then after Waterloo, we should see Commercial Square appearing. Their procession of remembrance takes place immediately after. At the moment that's advertised at 5:40, but we think that the special tribute to John Gearing may add about 10 minutes to proceedings from Waterloo. and so that may have a knock-on effect for other processions, but we shall wait and see.
We can be flexible.
Thank you so much for all your messages and dedications that are coming in. It's really great to hear from you. Really spurs us along when we're sitting here chatting away. Lovely to hear from you all. Really glad to hear that you're having such a great bonfire and appreciate our online coverage. I know that many of you won't have been able to travel into Lewes today. There are people who are, bonfire devotees who've lived in Lewes for many, many years, who can't make it into the centre of town, or perhaps who are not comfortable with being in crowds with the COVID situation, so are giving it a miss this year. And so we know that for them, our live stream and our audio feed is a really valuable service. So thank you very much for your support and for your messages. We hope you have a really great bonfire, despite not being here. We'll tell you all about it.
I see we had a message from Ashley Price, who's watching on YouTube. Hello, Ashley. Nice of you to be in touch. I hope you have a great evening.
The road closures are in place at the moment, obviously, so if you're thinking of, this looks good, I think I'll just drive down to Lewes and park up at the bottom of School Hill and no, it's not going to happen. The roads have been closed since earlier this afternoon. They won't reopen until something like 2 o'clock in the morning, and the whole of the High Street and the procession routes are a basically pedestrian only zone at the moment, and any cars that have been left there have been moved. Obviously cars and burning torches, not a good mix, and so the routes are nice and clear now for the processions to take place.
And you'll get a better view if you just stick with us anyway.
Absolutely.
We've got the best seats in the house.
We do indeed. A very nice house it is too.
Oh, thank you.
Nice and cosy and comfortable. And you don't need to leave the house either if you're watching us on YouTube. Have something nice in the flask, just so you get into the bonfire spirit.
Talking of which, I've just been handed a flask of mulled cider.
Oh, well.
And very nice it is too.
Lucky you. Hello to Kevin Kramer, who we understand is also covering bonfire elsewhere, and we hope he's got a good view. And, if he wants to see what's going on, he can have a look at the YouTube channel here. And we'll be bringing you a few clips of video from Eugene and from Steve as well. They've been out and about during the day, and they will be out and about very much after we've finished here with the processions. They'll be off to various fire sites and will be bringing us live videos which we will stream either here on our YouTube channel or via our Facebook. So do pop back for more exciting goings on from Lewes Bonfire 2021. Oh, we've got another exciting video for you. This is Lucky Dip.
Where have you three come from?
We come from Farnborough.
Oh, nice. And what are you looking forward to see today?
This is the first for me, so I don't know what it is. This is a surprise. We've come here as a secret, so we don't know what this is.
It'd be good to see and see what it's all about and learn a little bit about this as we go along.
So do you know anything about the Bonfire Plot? No. Or the Gunpowder Plot?
Yeah.
Well, it's all to do with that, and you should have a good night. How are you staying in Lewes?
No, we're going back later tonight.
So what are you going to be doing in the procession?
Where possible. Getting abused by the crowd.
So you're going to be up on the clergy?
We are the Waterloo clergy.
And what's your favourite bit, and what's the bit you most hate about it?
The bit I most hate is the hanging around. The favourite bit is being up on that stand.
Well, have a brilliant night.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Hello.
Where have you come down from? And are you from Brighton originally?
Students. Yeah.
So is this the first time you've come to Bonfire?
Yeah.
And what are you looking forward to? What are you expecting?
We don't really know. We've seen the pictures, the big floats and everything. Yeah. Just see how it goes.
And how are you going to get back?
We haven't figured that out yet. It's about a 2.5 hour walk.
That's right.
Where have you come from?
From Hackney in London.
Oh wow, that's quite a journey. How are you going to get back tonight?
We're not. No, we're staying here for a couple of days.
Oh, wonderful.
So,
You'll enjoy Lewes. What are you expecting to see tonight, and what are you looking forward to?
Complete craziness, bedlam, mayhem, nuts, crazy, bonkers.
Fire, fireworks.
A lot of noise.
Are you going to one of the?
Dressed people.
Are you going to one of the firework displays tonight?
Yeah, we're going to the one up there. Can't remember what it's called.
Waterloo.
Waterloo. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. Well, have a great trip. Cheers.
Very much. Okay.
There we go. Eugene reporting from some of the people he's been able to speak to in the town earlier today, out and about. And it seems that the people from the general public who've come to watch are really excited to have Bonfire back again this year. And we've had some more messages coming in on our Facebook. Hello, and thank you so much for getting in contact. Pete Mason. Pete says, thank you for streaming this. Bringing back memories, now living in Wales. Well, success to Southaven Bonfire Society. Well, there are many here in this room who would agree with you, and to Borough as well. Success to Southaven. Very good. Thank you, Pete. And also Emu Otley. And Emu says, can I give a shout out to the Scaff Massive? Now, Scaff, is this going to be Paul Shine? Yeah, in memory of Father Shine on Rocket FM. Well, thank you, Emu, for getting in contact, and we're very happy to do that. Hello to the Scaff Massive. Ben Verrill has been in touch to say thank you very much for broadcasting, and he likes our video. He gives us a big thumbs up, as does Jody Perry, Darius Crowell. Sorry, I've just mangled your name, Darius. And we've got viewers, obviously, from around the world on our YouTube channel. So thank you so much for joining us.
And thank you for liking us. Needy? Much?
No, exactly. Ben says, so this is Ben Verrill. He's watching and listening on YouTube. Best place to be, Ben. Looks a little quiet down in town compared to usual. Yeah, you're right, actually. Obviously, the societies have been very much dissuading people from attending this year, and we've had the road closures in place, and of course no trains running, so it's very much about keeping people from outside away, and the advice has been, don't come into town. And obviously people who are local, who are staying with friends and family locally are here, but certainly the numbers are down, and it's something the societies do welcome. Actually, they do say that they would go ahead with tonight's proceedings even if there was nobody on the streets. They do it for themselves and for tradition. So from their point of view, they'll probably find tonight is a really successful evening. And Ben says, lovely having your company on Rocket FM, Dino and Co. I think that makes you the Co.
Oh.
It's Helen. It's Helen, Ben.
Thank you, Ben.
Our dog Leonard. Oh, here we go. I've got to mention the dog now. Do you think this? Am I on?
On message.
No.
Well, it sounds like Leonard's doing very well. He's very chilled out, despite all the bangs and celebrations. And may I just say, that is a magnificent name, Leonard.
Leonard the dog. I thought it was going to be. I thought he thought I was Paul O'Grady here with the dogs.
Oh.
No, I thought.
There are some similarities.
And that's from Ben and Amelia. Hello, Amelia too. Nice to hear from you. Here at the War Memorial then, it is 25 to 6. This is Rocket FM on our YouTube channel. We are live streaming Bonfire 2021 here in Lewes, the bonfire capital of the world. And the world is watching. Jody Perry watching live. Thank you for the mention. You're very welcome, Jody. And Tara as well. Missed your surname there. Oh, Tara Flood. Lisa Henshaw-Jones. Oh, Lisa, do you want to hear what Lisa says? So Lisa says, please can I say hello? to Trevor Henshaw, who is staying at home tonight. Oh, there's a story behind that. What's he done that he's got to stay behind at home? Or more to the point, what's he not done?
Well, I hope Trevor's having a lovely evening.
We've been liked by Adele, but I don't think it's that one.
Thanks, Adele.
It might be, for all I know.
Hello, Adele.
So Naomi Lauren has also been in touch on Facebook, and you can find us on Facebook at Rocket FM Lewes, facebook.com/Rocket FM Lewes. And Naomi says, loving watching you on the big screen. I think she's got her telly set up in the living room with YouTube. Technology.
This is amazing.
It's technology, eh? Watching us on the big screen. Just as well the cameras are pointing out the
yes,
window and not at us.
I was going to say, we're the ones with the faces for radio, so you've definitely got the better view.
Yeah, so I wasn't hired for my looks. We'll join in with the commercial square as they pass my house later tonight. Naomi, are you a member? Would you say joining in? How far are we taking this? Well, give them a wave. And if you are a member, then I'm sure they will be delighted if you join them. Ranks of 3. Ranks. That's what they shout. Hold them up, commercial. There we go. Oh, and Ben's been back in touch. Is this therapy for Ben? Is this what we're providing? And he says, and Helen and Eugene. Sorry for the and co. That's all right.
That's all right, Ben. Thank you.
And Jenna Reed has said, a shout out please to our children Riley, Harvey and Bella. Hello Riley, hello Harvey and hello Bella. And they are watching at home. I'll give the camera a wiggle for them. There we go, look, there we are. I'll give you a wiggle. There's a wiggle. Our first year living here in Lewes. They're newbies.
I wonder if Harvey was named before or after they moved to Lewes.
Well, he's Harvey with an IE.
Okay.
So maybe.
Well,
but he is very excited. Well, they all are very excited to see Lewes Bonfire. Have a great night, everyone. Oh, thank you so much, Jenna, and stay safe. Absolutely. Lovely to have you with us. Welcome to the town. Hope you enjoy it here. Somebody's shouting out congratulations to your engagement. Are they wanting a message out? There's a man waving a bottle at me through the window. He's got policemen standing ominously behind him. I think something may have been imbibed.
Not for the first time this evening.
Is there a zoom on this camera?
Don't ask me.
No.
I'm not the technical person, Dino. We know this.
For heaven's sake, don't touch anything. So who else is watching live? Oh, we've done Jodie. Well, thank you, Jodie. John Westwood has just messaged us as well. Thank you very much, Jodie. Oh, yes, Naomi's back. She's back in touch. And just to clarify from earlier, I'm not a member, says Naomi. I've only lived here just over 2 years, so I only had the pleasure of experiencing the bonfire once before COVID. I mean, I'll be following the end of their procession. Oh, I get you now. I get you, of course, yes. Following the end of their procession to their bonfire site to watch the show. And what a show it is. I know that they've put a huge amount of effort in to the what goes on at the fire site and the aerials this year at Commercial. The work has been done by some fantastic people at Commercial. Captain of Firesite is Neville Carter. Get Carter. So Neville Carter, Nev, has done a fantastic job down there. And if you're admiring the fireworks at Naomi at Commercial Square site down in Lamport Rec this evening, then the captain of aerials is Gary Ellis. So you can give a good shout out to him. The captain of effigies for Commercial Square, and you'll be seeing Guy Fawkes blown up later if you're down there, is Fergus Gage. And if you're wondering who the fella is this year who will be dressed in the canonicals, or is it canonicals? Dressed up as the Archbishop anyway. The Archbishop for Commercial Square, who has to stand on a platform and have fireworks thrown at him. So this year, that is Simon Richards. So Simon, you're a braver man than I.
I hope he's got a flame-proof suit on under his... what did you call them?
Canonicals?
Try saying that after a mulled cider. Under his vestments.
Under his vestments. I hope you've got something under your vestments this evening, because it's a pretty chilly evening here in Lewes. It's something. I don't know what the temperature feels like to you, but I should say it's about 7 degrees right now. Partly cloudy and light winds, I am told. Going down to a minimum of 5 degrees. So not much colder than it is at the moment.
Yeah, pretty good bonfire weather, really.
I should say it's absolutely perfect. One of the things that they keep an eye out for at the fire site for letting off the aerials is the wind direction and speed. And so it's a wind blowing. Now, when it's pointing to the right, does that mean it's a west wind? It does, doesn't it? And so coming from the west, and it's only 4, whatever the measurement of wind is, knots, Beaufort, I don't know. But it's a big number 4 and a pointy arrow to the right for your aerials this evening.
Keeping you informed at Rocket FM.
Absolutely. You get a better service from the weatherman on the BBC.
Are you sure about that? Sorry, BBC.
There's a bit of a hiatus in proceedings here at the memorial where the band are just getting themselves organised. The next band that we're going to hear from, we think this is going to be we think this is going to be Waterloo, rather. But they're looking a bit to me like that might be Lewes, Glyndon, Beddingham, in which case that would be Commercial Square. At this point, we know that Waterloo are going to have a lone piper at the Act of Remembrance. More about that in a moment.
Either way, the crowds are now neatly tucked away behind the cordon, so the stage is set. We're ready for something to happen.
Kim Sutton has been in touch on Facebook and says, "Thank you, Dino and Helen. I'm a member of Waterloo." And Kim says that she can't get here. She's at home this year because she's recently had a baby, and she can't wait to be back next year. Well, I'm sure Waterloo can't wait to have you with them, Kim. And she says that she is tuned in to watch the memorial for Johnny G, John Gearing, R.I.P. And our sympathies with you, Kim, and with the members of Waterloo. John was such a stalwart of the society. He'd been with them for over 30 years, beginning his bonfire career when he was 2, believe it or not, his first bonfire. And he did bonfire with Commercial Square as well. We'll tell you more about John, actually, when it comes to Waterloo's procession. But it really is a painful loss for Waterloo. Lee Martin Gasson and presumably his wife Grace are watching and listening in on YouTube, and they say thank you for the commentary. Well, thank you, Lee. It's good to have you with us. And also Abe Dennis, or Abby, it may be Abby, I suppose. And Abby or Abe, I'm sorry for not pronouncing your name correctly, is tuning into the live stream on the TV from Devon. See, people can get YouTube on their telly. Clever people. Wishing all my friends and family a fabulous evening. Great to see Bonfire Night back. Well, thank you, Abby. I'll go with Abby. It's lovely to have you with us, and I'm sure that everybody here is missing you if you're in Devon. But I'm glad that we're able to share the night with you anyway. And Bethany's been in touch, and she says, can I say hello to Ash Newman? He's in the procession from his long-distance girlfriend.
Oh, Bethany.
Oh.
Sorry you couldn't be here.
A long-distance romance. Well, distance makes the heart grow... Absence makes the heart grow fonder? Is that what we say?
Yeah, that's the one. Yep.
Well, out of sight, out of mind. No, we don't say that one.
No.
Lynn Woodward has also messaged us. Hello, Lynn. She's having she's watching us on the YouTube, and she says, have a great, safe and noisy evening. And she's wishing this to Sean, Paul and Claire, who are with the borough. They're the blue and white chaps. Missing not being there. Thanks for the YouTube videos. Oh, you're welcome, Lynn. Oh, thank you so much for watching.
Thanks for watching.
We should have one of those. Is it Only Friends? Only something or other?
Only Friends is a bit...
No, well, that's what I'm thinking.
Isn't it?
We should have one of those. So basically, people throw money at you to sort of say nice things to them while they watch you. I mean, there's more to it than that, obviously, and we won't go down
I think
that
there
route.
is a slightly dodgy side to it, Dino.
Exactly. I'd definitely be making sure you'd had your COVID test before that. So we could do that. People throw money at us for doing this.
Yeah, I think I'll leave that one to you, Dino.
No. Nobody's going to pay for that. Oh dear. Who gave the 50p? They all did. Now, I'm trying to find you some more messages here while we wait for the next procession to come up the high street. Let me just give you a little bit of a pan here so I can give you a flavour of what we're seeing here from our eyrie above the War Memorial here. So that gives you an indication there. I'm just panning the camera around of the crowd that we've got here. I don't know what it's like further down in the town. Maybe if you're in other points, if you're further west up the high street towards St Anne's, or perhaps you're down in the Cliff precinct, maybe you could text us or Rocket FM Lewes, tweet us or Facebook us and tell us what things are looking like from where you are. But where we are here, it's probably about 5 or 6 deep, as you can see. There you go. I'll give you a shot of our big microphone there that's picking up the ambient noise from outside our window in stereo. Roger is very proud of his big fluffy microphones. He's ex-ITN, you know, so he's got all the toys.
He's a proper pro.
Yes. They're all sort of 1970s, but he's got all the toys. Not at all. Not at all. He'll take me off air if I'm not careful. There seem to be quite a few marshals in the high-vis vests and police, actually. A light police presence, and it's good to see, obviously, the police are wearing masks, as are the marshals. Not many people in the crowds wearing masks, and I'm quite surprised at that, because it's not as if the crowds need to be unmasked, really. So if you're watching us on YouTube or perhaps listening and thinking that you might come down and take a look in the street, then we really would encourage you to wear a mask or a face covering, and also really if you're going to be in a crowd of people like this, the advice is from the East Sussex County Council that you should perform a lateral flow test before you join a large crowd, and of course that you should be double jabbed.
And don't be fooled by the fact that this event takes place outside, because you will be in very, very close proximity to many other people.
Clarissa May Knott is listening, and she says, brilliant. Oh, well, thank you so much. And Carol Rawson has been in touch as well to say that she hopes the bonfire and procession go off without a hitch. She has been a few times, as her late husband lived in Lewes. Well, it's good to have you with us, Carol. We hope you're enjoying our coverage. And Darren Bishop, no relation.
You beat me to it.
I don't think any relation anyway. Says, it will be his 3rd year joining us, and much appreciated. Oh, thank you, Darren.
I think this is our 5th or 6th year, isn't it, Dino?
It probably, yes.
You and me.
I think I've been doing it since, 20 odd years. I don't know. Get out. Get out. Before me sitting in this seat, it was Rupert Lloyd Thomas. Hello, Rupert, if you're watching or listening in Canada, a big hello to you.
Hello, Rupert.
We miss not having you here for Bonfire, and it would have been really great to have you here, but hopefully next year. And I'm told that we've actually got a video now from Eugene. So let's have a look at what Eugene's been up to.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic.
Take care, man. I'll see you later on.
Thank you, Eugene.
He's been such a busy boy today.
He has been out and about. I can only tell that it was slightly earlier today because it's daylight. So you're trying to catch me out. It is 9 minutes to 6 o'clock here on Rocket FM. We are community radio for Lewes and the Ouse Valley. It's Dino Bishop.
And Helen Browning-Smith.
And this year we are bringing you Lewes Bonfire 2021 via YouTube, our YouTube channel. So give us a subscribe if you like our live and you want to hear more Bonfire content. We'll be bringing you more videos later on this evening and throughout the year of some of the behind the scenes stuff actually from Bonfire. So Eugene and Steve are members of Borough and of South Hayton Bonfire Society, and so you know they've got kind of behind the scenes access, and they know what's going on where, so they can do some sneaky little bits of video and bring it to us here on YouTube. So do subscribe to our channel. Click on the link just below there. And we'll be able to then let you know when we've got new stuff to show you. It's an amazing experience, this.
There are also our previous live streams of Bonfire Night on the YouTube channel, aren't there? Certainly 2019 is on there.
Yep, and even 1974.
Wow.
There you go. It's about time we did a bit of filing, isn't it, really? So currently our live stream has... does it mean that there's 631 people watching? That can't be right. Yes. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, for heaven's sake.
Hello, every single one of you. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, you made me all shy now. You made me all nervous. Don't tell me that. Anyway, so we've got messages in on YouTube, as if we didn't have enough channels to keep an eye on. This is, just chatting now while we're waiting for the next procession to come along. I will shut up when we've got something else to bring you.
They're keeping us agile, Dino.
They are indeed. So we've been hopping from the old Facebook to the Twitter and the Messenger, but now on the YouTube then. So Lauren Yates is watching. What time does the parade start? Oof, parade. Well,
Procession.
There was a sharp intake there was a lot of sucking of the teeth here in the room. We've just had one. We've got another procession of remembrance very, very shortly, we promise you, which is probably going to be Waterloo's, and then commercial will be following straight on behind. Harvey Parker Fitch says, hoping to catch the repeat tomorrow. Oh, okay. So Harvey is in Perth, Western Australia.
Oh, wow. Hi, Harvey.
Up the borough, says Harvey, and up yours, Harvey, in the nicest possible way. Stark Dangerous says, is it still worth trying to come? No, Stark. No, really, please, no, don't.
No, stay where you are. Watch it on YouTube. You've got the best view. Oh, there is a rumbling coming up Market Street.
So here comes the metal drum that the spent torches gets put into when they're collected up.
I love that noise.
It is.
I've really missed it.
And so the crowds were held back along Market Street while those crack barrels or those metal drums were carried along, and now they've swept up to join us. So I'm just going to pan the camera around now so that you can see. And so we now have Commercial Square. Commercial Square, then, in a change to our sequence that we spoke about earlier, are the next society here in Lewes to perform their act of remembrance. Now, Commercial Square are the black and gold hooped Guernseys, and their first pioneers are the Native American Indians. Their second pioneers are the American Civil War. So those are the costumes that you're going to see here now. So we're going to see 17 crosses They're not lit at the moment, but they represent the Protestant martyrs who were burnt at the stake not far from this spot, in front of what was then the Star Inn and is now the Town Hall in Lewes in the High Street. And that was during the reign of Queen Mary in the Marian persecutions. So that's what the crosses symbolise.
And of course commemorated on the memorial up on the top of Chapel Hill.
Absolutely, the Martyrs Memorial. The evening processions obviously started around 5 o'clock, but the day has been a series of events. So it begins at 6 o'clock in the morning with the firing of the Lewes Rouser. Well, more than one actually. It's sort of a cannon, a boom.
I slept through them all today, Dino. Can you believe that?
That's appalling. Though I heard them loud and clear, and that wakes everybody up and lets them know.
Except me.
Except you. Lets them know that Bonfire is here. And then throughout the day you'll see programme sellers selling programmes. You'll see people moving parts of the jigsaw into position, so the effigies and the tableau have got to go to their place ready for the processions, and the torches have got to be in place and dipped and ready. And so a lot of preparation and work during the day. A time also for breakfast or lunch and being with friends. And then the excitement does build then through the day as we get to this point in the evening now, which is just about when the acts of remembrance as the first processions start, having had the children's processions earlier and more locally.
Commercial Square were founded in 1855, I think, weren't they, Dino? They are one of the older societies.
Yes, indeed. And founded in 1855, their president is John Richards and the chairman is Brian Johnson. Vice chair of Commercial Square is Colin Dean, and a big shout out to a rocket supporter and stalwart, Carol Watts-Arnold, who is the honorary secretary of Commercial Square and a big fan of rockets. So hello, Carol, and to Bert, and we hope you have a glorious, glorious evening and a safe one. Have a great time. Treasurer of Commercial is Peter Schuler. So we're Captain of Torches, who's a very busy chap this evening, Paul Spooner. Captain of Tabs, Colin Dean, Dino. And Captain of Set Pieces, Darren Ford. So the smell of the paraffin is now very much in the air, so that's coming through now. You won't get this on Smell-O-Vision on the YouTube channel. Don't think they've invented that yet, but we've definitely got the smell of paraffin.
It's very, very evocative, isn't it? You know it's Bonfire when you can smell that.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to pan the camera around now so you can just get a sense of this build-up here as Commercial Square now get ready for their act of remembrance. You can see the crowds are several deep, especially here in front of our old studio at Fox & Sons, where I should say that's probably 7 or 8 deep, and stretching all the way down there, down School Hill, the High Street, as it heads towards Library Corner.
Boom.
One bang and then the crowd go, ooh. If you're after a time check, it's now 6 o'clock here on Rocket FM. We are community radio for Lewes and the Ouse Valley, and this is our coverage of Lewes Bonfire 2021. My name's Dino Bishop.
And I'm Helen Browning-Smith.
And we are bringing you every bang and fizzle of Bonfire right up until, 9 o'clock, and then we'll start bringing you live stuff from around the town and the fire sites. And hopefully we may even stretch into bonfire prayers as well. So do stay with us here on YouTube.
And thank you for joining us.
Thank you indeed. We've got about 600 of you watching and listening, which is absolutely fantastic. One of those is Joe Pfeiffer, who's just messaged to say hello, a huge hello to Deb. And loving watching this live, love Jojo Pippins, and also my darling husband Josh, and a big heart.
Oh, thanks, Joe.
That's
Lovely
really
message.
That's really kind of you. Cauldron McCarter has messaged in as well to say, have an awesome evening watching from Belfast. Wow. It looks awesome. On my bucket list to get a trip over to see this sometime, to see this year. Have a blast. Well, thank you, Cauldron.
We would, of course, recommend that you watch it in the comfort of your own Belfast sitting room, though. This is from Barbara Chandler. Barbara Chandler, she says that Lewes is looking wonderful tonight. We're watching from our home in Somerset and feeling very homesick for Bonfire Night after 50 years born and bred in Lewes and taking part in the processions. My husband was a firefighter in Lewes for 32 years before moving to France and then Somerset, wishing everyone a safe bonfire night and sending love to everyone who knows us. Oh, Barbara, thank you. We're sorry you're missing us, but we're glad that you could join us virtually. Hold 'em up high, boys and bells, and have a good one. Barbara's thinking too of everyone lost to us all since the last bonfire night in 2019, as we all are, Barbara. Remembering them all, Paul and Barbara Chandler. What an absolutely lovely message. Thank you.
And Barbara, I mean, you mentioned some of the people that we have lost during the year, and while Commercial Square get themselves ready now for their act of remembrance, Commercial Square, like the other societies, mark or they commemorate those that they have lost from their membership in their programmes. And so this year for Commercial Square, they're remembering Peter Etherington, they're remembering Peter Kemp, who died very suddenly. And he'll be very much missed by everybody at Commercial Square. Also, Julia Gearing is commemorated in the Commercial Square programme. And Marion Weeding too is remembered. There's a lovely little comment here on Shirley Farrell, who passed away earlier this year, who's a member of Commercial Square. She was a keen commercial member and a regular at many Lewes hostelries. Propping up the Lewes Arms mostly, and her friend Angela Asplin, hello Angie, and she recalls, I remember being at hers, this is at Shirley's, waiting for the loo. This was in Abinger Place, I suppose, and I lurked in her bedroom. Her wardrobe had a row of identical denim blue shirts. It tickled me so much I took a photo. Well, that's a really lovely memory, Angie, and a really great way to remember Shirley, often seen in the Lewes Arms in a blue denim shirt. You can see now that the first cross has been lit here, second and fourth. So we've got those 4 crosses there, and the Lewes, Glynde and Beddingham brass band begin.
This is the point at which we start to worry about the smoke alarms going off.
You can really hear the hissing of the burning. The microphones are really picking that up. And if you think that it looks quite close on the screen, let me tell you, we could almost reach out of the window and touch these badges that are now aflame in front of us.
We can certainly feel the heat from them.
And this is a lovely message from Tina Elliott, and it's quite appropriate as we just mark remembrance. Tina is watching from Ypres in Belgium. And she sends love to Tom and Emma, who are in Lewes, Blind and Beddingham Brass Band, who we've just heard and we're about to hear some more of now.
And doing an amazing job, I must say, the band.
Yep, they're from the Elliott. So that message is from Tina Elliott. Thank you, Tina. That's lovely. And great job that the bands do for this evening. I mean, Lewes, Blind and Beddingham Brass Band also perform at the Proms in the Paddock, which is a big fundraiser for Commercial Square that takes place in August. And they give a concert in the park, and there are fireworks and stalls, and it's a really, really lovely afternoon and evening if you've never been. So it's a big fundraiser for Commercial Square. Look out for it next summer, and do give it your support.
Don't they have a rather good MC down there, Dino?
We'll go that far. That's what you call good.
Dino does double duty, also at the Proms in the Paddock.
Well, Abby has been in touch to say Abby, so there you go.
Abby. We're so sorry, Abby.
She has an acute E. Oh, that's an acute as opposed to acute.
Oh,
acute.
Right,
she has acute knee, but she's yet to find the special symbol on Facebook. Well, I think I can help you there, Abby. You can cut. I think I can do that on my phone. If I press with my special thumb hard enough, then I can get the accents up. Alex Reed has been in touch. Thank you, Alex. Enjoying the coverage. Me, Giverny, is that French?
Yes.
Tash and Joe and Lou and Tom. Thank you. That was loud. Me and Lou and Tom are keenly watching. Keen. It is our first bonfire and we are excited for all the bangs.
Brilliant. We're all excited for the bangs,
Always.
Alex. You're in the right place.
Always. Anyway, Lynn Woodward says hi to my daughter Katie, who will be watching tomorrow on Catch Up in Hong Kong. On Catch Up. We're on the +1. Also hi to the Penfolds in Uckfield. They sound quite posh. The Penfolds in Uckfield.
Penfolds of Uckfield. The Uckfield branch of the Penfolds.
No, not the Uckfield Penfolds. And Darren Bishop in Spain. Well, I think we heard from Darren earlier. They all know each other, you know. They're all friends. Oh, now Tara wants 2 bites of the cherry. She says, thanks for the name check. Can I give a big shout out to the Raven Drummers, Hastings' finest?
We saw them earlier and they were magnificent. So, yeah, big shout out.
Big shout
Delivered.
out. The Raven Drummers. Well done, them. Oh, Ashley Price. So there's Ashley again. Here we go. Big shout out to friends in Lewis's Twin Towns. Absolutely, Ashley. Totally agree with you. Blois and France and Waldshut-Tingen in Germany. And Commercial Square.
May I just say Guten Abend?
Guten Abend. Wie geht's?
My German stops there.
Bienvenue, willkommen und welcome to our coverage of Bonfire, Lewes Bonfire. Commercial Square are often play host to our wonderful friends from Waldshut-Tingen, the Waldstadt Fege Band, who join Commercial Square every 3 or 4 years, I think it is. And they join us for Bonfire and play. They are so fantastic. I've had the absolute pleasure of visiting Waldshut, our twin town, and also Blois. And they're so hospitable. It's wonderful. Pack up your troubles in your old kit bag.
Do you know, there's one thing that's notable by its absence so far this evening, Dino. Do you know what I'm going to say? Sussex by the sea.
Thus far.
We've usually heard it about 20 times by now.
Be careful what you wish for. I dare say we'll hear it. So now Commercial Square are moving off and we'll see the huge ranks of commercial stretching before us as they process past the War Memorial. And so they are dressed in World War I uniforms, many of them. This is the Scout Band that are accompanying Commercial Square right now.
They are a huge society, aren't they, Commercial?
Hold 'em up, Commercial. And so it's the Lewes District Scout Band that we're hearing right now. And very shortly we'll also be hearing the Swing Shift Dixieland Jazz Orchestra, who are going to be accompanying Commercial Square later this evening. And then also Commercial Square will be joined by the Barulho Samba Band. And they'll be processing with samba music to accompany the massed ranks of Commercial. Something like about, I think, 900 members, is it, for Commercial? One of the larger societies anyway. And their procession does go on quite a way. It stretches way into the distance. You can see them now from our webcam processing past us. There they go. When the saints go marching in. Carlden is grinning, grinning, very pleased with our coverage. 2 smiley faces. It's so wonderful to have you all with us on YouTube. I think we're up to over 600 viewers, listeners at the moment. And it's brilliant to have your support. We're really happy that we've been able to bring Bonfire to you. And I think it's great as well that because of the COVID situation at the moment, to encourage people to watch at home and not to be amongst the crowds watching is really super. So
here we go.
This is Barulho, the samba band. And while we're watching the members of Commercial Square go past, it's just time to mention that although it's Helen and I that you can hear chatting away, we've had huge team effort here to get us to this point this evening, and the Rocket team. So a big thank you to Roger Stump, who's been our sound engineer, and also to Steve and to Eugene, who've put together a lot of the technicals for the visuals, and also Andy Thomas, who's been doing a lot of the promotion along with Debbie Matthews, and Andy is providing other support. So team of us,
Been a labour of love, hasn't it? But all of us very, very excited to be able to bring you Bonfire 2021 after a 2-year break. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's really brilliant to be back with you. So last night at about 10 o'clock, Paul Birch fired a memorial lampare. Was that lampare? That's a fireball maroon containing the ashes of Graham's wife, Tina. Wow! And Graham Vincent has been a stalwart of Bonfire for many years, and Eugene and Steve met him earlier.
Outside the YMCA, things are getting busy. People are arriving.
I'll just try and sort that out for you. Well, I can't be speaking and pressing buttons at the same time. I mean, what do you think this is? BBC? It's all right. It's not live. We can just do that bit again. Well, I tell you what, good Lord, they're loud.
Outside the YMCA, things are getting busy. People are arriving. There don't seem to be many barrels around. Maybe they're going off somewhere already. They've stood in line. They're ready for the big race.
Sweetie?
Yes,
where did they come from?
Need a bit more than that.
No, wait.
The torch is lit, or tries to be. The barrels are lit. And they're all ready to go. The barrels are lit, and now it's time for the race to start.
Mind your backs, please! Mind your backs! Mind your backs! There's three of them across there. They're gonna.
It's like
methods in the past, including barricades, metal barricades. Those didn't go down very well at all, and no barriers at all, and of course then crowds spill onto the pavement. One of the interesting methods of keeping the crowds back is when the societies process with their burning torches, that if you slightly lean your torch out, just slightly, towards the crowds, if you're in your rank of three and you're walking in the gutter, as it were, just the heat, the warmth from that torch will encourage the crowd to step back a little. It's marvellously effective.
We all respect a bit of fire, don't we?
Apologies if you missed our sort of pictures for the last few seconds. We've just switched back. Apparently I was supposed to press something. Never rely on me for anything technical. Goodness me. We've had some more messages in. Joe Pfeiffer. One more shout out for all our customers from Le Bureau.
Marvellous Le Bureau. Love them. They do lots of printing for me.
Oh, there you go. So you've got
in my day job.
Customer testimonial there for you. Free advert, Joe, for Le Bureau in Lewes. Many will be there tonight. Thank you for continuing to support our independent services through these very difficult months. Yes, Joe. Well, thank you for keeping going, and it's great to have you to rely on. So the borough badge is being brought up now. And Andy will be remembered here.
Many of Borough this year dressed in medics' costumes, which I imagine is a tribute to the first pioneers. Thank you, I've just been corrected. Yes, the first pioneers are medics this year, which are tribute to the wonderful work of our NHS over this very, very tricky time we've all had.
It's 6:30 here on Rocket FM. If you've just joined us, you're watching and listening to our bonfire coverage from here in the War Memorial in the centre of Lewes, the county town of East Sussex. And we are the bonfire capital of the world, where we do this thing, well, every year, apart from last year and apart from once during the Second World War. But we keep it going, and has been for many, many, many years. We're commemorating, amongst other things, the defeat of the Gunpowder Plot in 1605 and the discovery of Guy Fawkes, and also the Protestant martyrs who were burnt at the stake in the Marian persecutions, and other acts of remembrance too. It's a convoluted history, and we'll bring you little pieces of our reflections on the history of bonfire when we have a little lull in proceedings here. The action does sort of come and go, so it's choreographed between 6 societies and their various bands that are accompanying them on their processions, and also their visiting societies. And it's not one central organising committee, as it were. There's a sort of a liaison between the organisers of each of the societies, but that is sort of choreographed between them. And there's a bit of sort of negotiating on the night. I mean, it already feels that we're a little behind the programme. The poppies are now lit. And as Reveille sounds, I'll just point out that now in the centre of your pictures, we can see in front of the market tower that Waterloo Bonfire Society are now getting ready to take their place as Borough move away. And tonight Waterloo will be commemorating their dear colleague John Gearing, Johnny G as the banner reads in front of us. And he passed away very recently and has been a huge contributor to Waterloo Bonfire's success for over 30 years. So Waterloo's chairman is Graham Martin, vice chairman Aaron Penfold, the general secretary of Waterloo is Emma Penfold, and the commander-in-chief this year is Adam Wood. You've got your wish, Helen.
Aha! First of many.
That's Sussex by the Sea for the uninitiated that you can hear being played as Borough Bonfire move westwards towards the western end of the town and their headquarters. And we're seeing the members of the society snake around the memorial from west to east and then go from east to west. So we're getting a magnificent view of them here from our webcam. And this is the Lewes Grammar, Lewes Logs, Lewes Old Grammar School. Southaven are passing in front of us with their blue and yellow. Southaven and Borough have an association and process together in Lewes. They're a visiting society.
I was told last night that there's a shortage of Guernsey knitters for Southaven Bonfire Society. So if anybody is in New Haven and enjoys a spot of knitting, please get in touch with your local Bonfire Society. They'd love to hear from you.
So there you go, get knitting like nanas. And Burgess Hill Bonfire Society now appear before us. Just a handful, well I suppose about 10 of them in their green and black. And Chiddingly. Do you say Chiddingly or Chiddingly?
Chiddingly, I think. Little disturbance there. A young man and his bicycle being escorted away by the police. All dealt with very quickly and efficiently.
Our camera now is pointing to the west of the town, and you can see the members of Borough then leaving along the high street there in front of the town hall.
And the really quite deep crowds now over the road from us.
And it is at this point that the members of Waterloo now come into view. They'll be the next to join us here at the War Memorial for their act of remembrance this evening.
Which I think, given the loss of John Gearing, their colleague, will this year be a particularly moving.
And so Waterloo are now getting themselves ready for what is a very special and unique tribute to John Gearing. It's an incredibly poignant bonfire tonight for Waterloo, as their absolute stalwart and life member John Gearing passed away very recently. And the Society will remember John tonight in that special and unique way. John has been with the Society for over 3 decades, but he had his first involvement in Bonfire at the age of 2. And before that he was with Commercial Square Bonfire and then with Waterloo. And he's pretty much synonymous with Waterloo, actually. He introduced the Greeks and the Romans and also the Victorian section to Waterloo. And many of the banners that we see tonight are actually John's creations. He was a highly skilled sign writer by trade, and he created banners not just for Waterloo but also for Cliff Bonfire. And so last night John was remembered at the Society's badge night at the Royal Oak with a minute's silence, which I'm told was really very moving and firmly observed. And so what we're going to see now is quite unique, because at the wreath laying, Waterloo is going to approach from Albion Street, and the ranks of Waterloo members is going to actually divide, and that's not been done before. And then through the ranks, John's very good friend Michelarek will then walk up with a lone piper, and that piper is Hayden. And so the ranks are going to part, and then Hayden in his piper's uniform is going to approach the War Memorial, and John's family, including his widow Shirley Gearing, are here, or just below us, below our window here, and they're going to be present at the memorial, and they will watch as John's son Mark and his daughter Julie lay the wreath on behalf of the Society. And so John's best friend Chris Cooper is also going to be holding the banner here at the memorial, and the lone piper is then going to, having processed up from Albion Street to the memorial, is going to then walk down to St Nicholas Lane, which is where John lived. So a very special alteration to the way that things would normally work here at the memorial for Waterloo. They know that this is going to add some time to their sort of allocation, and the other societies have very much understood and said, do what you've got to do. So that's really supportive. It shows actually other societies supporting each other, and it also illustrates the work that John has done for those other societies, you know, in producing banners, and his earlier involvement with Cliff and with Commercial Square. And we know that John's family in Australia are listening to this evening, and so we'd like to pass on to them our sincere condolences from everyone here at Rocket FM. John was a very good friend to Rocket and a true Bonfire boy, and he will be very much missed.
Hear, hear.
And so what we'll do is when Mish walks up from Albion Street with the Lone Piper, we'll tilt our camera towards that end of town so you can see that special tribute here. They're just forming up now. I think I can see Jonathan Topsit in front of me as well. Member. And just a reminder for Waterloo, if you see them with their buckets and you want to put some money in their charity buckets, this year they're collecting for St John Ambulance, as they do each year, but they are also collecting for their second charity, which is Hospice in the Weald, which was chosen by a member of the society in memory of a late member, Robin Goodhue. So do put some money into the buckets if you're here in Lewes and you're down there in the streets. Maybe you've got us in your ear, listening to the audio.
I can see some of the new residents of the Crown enjoying their view this evening and no doubt thinking what a wonderful decision it was to buy a flat in this new development.
Well, I hope that they knew that before they moved in. Otherwise, it always amuses me that it might come as a surprise to people who are new to the town that they hadn't heard about Bonfire and then they suddenly discover this going on. They get woken up at 6 o'clock by the cannon in the morning of the 5th.
And of course, we do have many new people in town now. Lots of people have moved here during the pandemic.
Yeah, we've become very popular.
So if any of you are watching, welcome to Lewes, and we hope you're enjoying your first bonfire.
Yeah, big welcome to the new Bonfire people of Lewes. Join a society. I mean, it's worth mentioning that societies are very open, and periodically they will accept new members, and a lot of them have Facebook pages where they advertise when they're going to have their new sign-ups. So long as you're a joiner-inner and you want to become involved, then there's nothing to stop you. And there's a lot to be gained, a lot of camaraderie and good fun, and so it's worth looking into and joining in Bonfire. Keep it going. This tradition only lasts because people do keep it going, and it continues through the generations.
And we're always looking for people to get involved in Rocket FM as well, aren't we? We usually broadcast on FM for around about 3 weeks before Bonfire Night. So we love anybody who's interested or who's got skills that they can bring to the party. We'd love you to get involved.
And we know that there's enough of you listening that might entice, because at the moment there are 991 people watching,
What?
Helen.
No, I can't believe it.
I'll give you to number 992. I'll give you a little camera wiggle. There you go.
Just for you.
Yeah. Well, everybody, you're really welcome. Thanks for joining us. It's really great to have you with us, and it's our pleasure and our privilege to be able to share Lewes Bonfire with you.
It does strike me that what happens here in Lewes on the 5th really is unique. There is nothing else like it in the world, and we are lucky enough for this to be happening underneath our window. And as Dino says, it feels a real privilege to be able to show people across the world what happens here, because it is just so special.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's such a privilege, and I find it quite moving actually. Well, I remember when I joined Commercial Square and did my first procession, where you begin by walking underneath the bailey of the castle, and I just suddenly began. All that is done in silence. So the first procession is the procession of remembrance, and you're going from the headquarters to the western end of the high street, but underneath the castle, and that's done in silence or just to one beat of a drum, and no burning torch. You're holding a torch, but it's not lit. And I just became aware as we passed under the castle that generations had done that before me for years and years and years going back, and that I was just part of that. And I suddenly became just aware of my own sort of mortality and existence, the fact that, I was just there for a period of time, but that will continue. It had happened many years before me, and it would continue for many years after. And it really does make you feel sort of small and yet sort of connected to the world. Am I getting a bit deep?
You are, but it sends a little tingle down my spine, thinking of this long thread of history that everyone involved in this is involved in pulling forwards.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And we're up to our 1000th viewer. Very exciting.
Get out of town.
I don't
believe it.
I don't know who the lucky person was who became the 1000th viewer or listener, but you are very welcome anyway. Lovely to have you with us. To Rocket Television, as we are now known. Rocket TV.
Are we having a rebrand?
I don't know. We need a new logo, Peter Flanagan. We're Rocket TV these days. Rocket YouTube. That doesn't really scan very well, does it? Rocket YouTube. So just a slight hiatus here at the War Memorial while Waterloo Bonfire Society now get themselves ready for their act of remembrance. I said earlier it's a really special one for them because this is a mark of remembrance also for John Gearing, a member of the society who passed very recently, and he's such a great loss to the society, and so close to the time of Bonfire too. So this will be sorely felt.
Very poignant moments coming up, I feel. And of course, John lived just round the corner from here, in St Nicholas's Lane. So the lone piper is actually going to walk while playing and go down St Nicholas Lane, and then the music will fade down St Nicholas Lane as he passes, and that will be quite beautiful. The first reference to Bonfire to do with Waterloo was in Waterloo Place in 1857, I learned from their programme. Wow.
And then in 1858, the Waterloo Bonfire Boys are reported as being out in great force with large banners, processions, blazing tubs and torches of burning effigies and a very large fire. So that was way back in 1858, just to give you an indication of how long these commemorations have been taking place in these activities. In 1875, the Society was noted for its excellent fife and drum band, formed from its own members. And then in 1876, the first record of the Waterloo Society issuing a programme of its celebrations. And it's still waiting to be collected from the printers. I'm just going to pan the camera around now, so just so you get an idea of what's going on here. So this is now looking down School Hill to the east, which is where the ranks of Waterloo members will shortly part, and that lone piper, together with Miche Lorec, will then walk up the centre. And this has not been done before, so this is a unique act of remembrance that Waterloo will now perform.
fireworks.
Let's just bring you some of those. There we are. So that's an aerial display. What we I wonder if that is part of Waterloo's
That
tribute
has
to
to
John.
be, has
must
to be choreographed, doesn't
Yeah.
it? But what a wonderful sight over the head of Victory.
And now what you're seeing is the ranks of Waterloo as they process from Albion Street up towards the War Memorial, and they will shortly divide from their ranks of three and form a central pathway. And good friend of John Geering, Michelerek, will then walk with the Lone Piper, and the act of remembrance will begin. While we wait for that to happen, we mentioned independent businesses and how they had suffered and fared during the pandemic, and we've had a message from Archie Tipple-Wilson, Archie, who runs Riverside Flowers, and he says, loving the coverage on YouTube, Dino. So there you go. That's nice. Well, lovely to have you with us, Archie. And there you go, a free ad for Riverside Flowers at the top of Station Street.
We love Riverside Flowers.
They're blooming marvellous.
Oh, Dino.
Do you see what I did?
You're wasted on local radio.
Maybe we should start a new tradition of having flowers on Bonfire. Do you think? You should give flowers for Bonfire.
Maybe.
From Riverside
yeah,
Flowers.
Why not?
Yes, maybe.
Yeah, say it with flowers.
Exactly. Waterloo members really have turned out in force this evening. I mean, not a huge society, but they are here in force tonight, here in numbers. Hello to Jim Bob, who's messaged us, and James says you two are doing a great job. That's me and you, I suppose.
Oh, thanks, Jim Bob.
Our son is a Waterloo boy. Well, there you go.
Hey. You might see him on camera in a minute.
And we can now hear the piper as he approaches the War Memorial with Michelerek. And we remember John Geering.
School Hill lined on either side, but almost like a guard of honour of Waterloo members.
And Hayden, the piper, approaches and we hear Amazing Grace as he then passes to St Nicholas Lane. And the sound of Amazing Grace then falls into silence as the passing of John Geering is commemorated by Waterloo Bonfire Society. And as we said earlier, John's widow Shirley Geering is here, and their son Mark and daughter Julie will lay the wreath on behalf of the society. The day thou gavest, Lord, is ended.
In November 2001, British troops were first deployed to Afghanistan. Their mission was to join a multinational force to defeat the Taliban and prevent them from harbouring international terrorist groups. Over the next 20 years, British forces worked tirelessly to defeat the Taliban and bring stability to this country of 30 million citizens. In this effort to secure world peace and improve the living conditions of the Afghan nation, 457 British service personnel made the ultimate sacrifice and never returned home to their families. Additionally, thousands have been injured and will forever bear the physical and mental scars of combat. In the last 20 months, we have seen our nation plunged into the grasp of a pandemic like nothing witnessed in modern day history. Like an invading army, COVID-19 has swept through this country, stopping at nothing and striking at any in its path, regardless of age, gender or ethnicity. This invisible and indiscriminate enemy has been met by a force of many under the blue and white banner of the National Health Service. Our brave medical staff have fought tirelessly with the sole aim of preserving life and protecting our nation. We must never forget those who, regardless of the enemy, have given everything to protect our nation and maintain our freedom. Those whose selflessness allows us to be stood here tonight, and those who have survived, carrying with them the terrible physical and mental scars of war. They shall grow not old, like those that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
And we think that was the Lord Bishop of Waterloo, Michael Farley, giving that address there before we heard the trumpet bugle.
Really, really well done. That was an incredibly powerful speech there.
I'm just panning the camera around now so that you can see the members of Waterloo stretching all the way down there towards Albion Street, down School Hill. And Johnny G's name appears there, John Gearing.
When you go home, tell them of us and say, for your tomorrow, be gay our today.
And so now Mark and Julie lay the wreath on behalf of the society. That's John and Shirley's son and daughter. What a difficult moment this must be for them.
What a fitting and wonderful, wonderful tribute. They really are seeing him off in style. That was just a great performance by Waterloo. Hey, careful of our camera with your sparks.
And that reaction from the crowd tells you everything you need to know about the success of that tribute to John Gearing by Waterloo Bonfire Society. What a marvellous, marvellous tribute.
I think it really highlights the community that exists within Bonfire, between the societies and within the societies themselves. They're almost like extended families.
A couple of messages in on YouTube. Hello to Tim Costello. Was it a bugle? He's a music teacher, you see. He used to be a music teacher at head of music at Ringma. And he's now in Phuket in Thailand, where he's watching our YouTube coverage and missing very much being in Lewes. So hello to you, Tim, and thank you for your message. I think it was a bugler, trumpet. And also to Tony and Rosie, who are great Rocket supporters and who were a big part of this station. And they tell us that YouTube has even reached Ringma now, and so they're watching in Ringma. What next? I ask.
Way from Phuket to Ringma.
Oh, I know. And also Martin is watching. Martin Smith is watching on YouTube, and saying he's really enjoying it, listening to you on YouTube. It's brilliant, guys. Thank you so much. Well, you're very welcome, Martin. Thank you very much for watching. Nice to chat to you through the airwaves, or through the Wi-Fi.
Through the smoke.
Through the smoke. Yes. Ed at A1. They are supplying our audio feed only for those with limited internet out and about tonight. Also a big thank you to and a hello to Mark Abbott in East Blatchington, who I did my first ever radio technicals with 25 years ago, says Steve Pilfold.
Wow.
So there you go. Thank you to them.
Oh, look, Guy Fawkes has stopped in front of us.
Let's have a look at Guy. There you go. Bring him into the centre of your screen now.
What shall we do with him, Dino?
I have a suggestion.
And what might that be?
Here come the Tudors, one of the pioneers of Waterloo.
Looking absolutely fabulous.
We are now over 1,100 viewers on YouTube, so thank you to each and every one of you. Do spread the word, actually. If you're watching tonight, we're going to be here on YouTube for at least another, well, I say at least until 9 o'clock. So if you'd like to share what you're watching now with others, then do get on Twitter or on Facebook and let your friends know. We've put a few posts on there. You'll find us at Rocket FM Lewes. Do share our tweets and our Facebook posts and share the link to YouTube. Do give us a follow as well on YouTube, a subscribe. Click on the subscribe button and then we'll give you alerts when we're next broadcasting. We're going to be putting out some more Bonfire content later tonight and also during the year until Bonfire 2022.
Carrying the smuggler's banner is my wonderful colleague, Phil Rose.
Hello, Phil.
Doing a great job.
And Jeremy has been in contact on Twitter, he bills himself as a child of God. Okay, Rocket FM Lewes, really loving your coverage from my sofa in New Haven. Great stuff. Oh, well, thank you, Jeremy. That's kind. I hope you're enjoying it.
Glad you're enjoying it in comfort.
Absolutely. And Ali, this is such a great message, Ali. Thank you so much for this. So moving to hear the frontline workers who died from COVID being honoured alongside the traditional remembrance of fallen soldiers as part of Lewes Bonfire. We shall not forget. Well said, Ali. Thank you very much for that. Kerry Spicer is watching in Ringmer. And she says she's loving the live stream. Well, thank you, Kerry. Tell your friends. Well, she has told her friends. She's put it on Twitter here.
Nice to hear from you, Kerry. So, as Waterloo leave the War Memorial, who have we got left? We've got South Street and Cliff yet to come, I believe.
Yes, certainly we haven't seen Cliff yet this evening. A lot of their activities take place, obviously, further to the east, down in the Cliff precinct. So they will have had their barrel run earlier this evening. And they just join they come up to the War Memorial just for their act of remembrance. But apart from that, they do their things in a separate, these societies, they sort of come together and they part and they have their own territories and their own routes. So we should expect to see Cliff, well, it should be at 7:10, but actually, of course, we're a bit behind. Right now, Cliff are on their second procession, which will join them up, mean that they join us up here at the War Memorial. And what we can probably hear now, if I pan to the east, is you'll see now, I think it's going to be Cliff that are coming up next, or is this South Street? I can't see if that's brown and white or black and white.
It's difficult to discern
It's
in the dark.
It's South Street. Yep. So South Street are next up. They have their fire site a little earlier than everybody else, so that the children can take part. Very much a sort of family society. They're recognisable from their brown and cream hooped Guernseys. Now, one of the joys of watching on YouTube is that you can comment as well and feel that you're a part of this. And Spacewoman has done that just 2 minutes ago. Brilliant work, Dino and Co. So great to see all the bits we miss on the street. A memorial particularly poignant this year. Save our NHS is the hashtag. Thank you, Spacewoman. That's really kind. And we echo your sentiments about the tribute to the health workers there. So next up, it's South Street, who are just now getting themselves organised around the War Memorial for their act of remembrance. Right now, 1,100 of you are watching, so thank you to each and every one of you. We're going to bring you some more clips from around the town as well during the course of this evening's broadcast. And so our reporters Steve Pilfold and Eugene Sully are out and about in the crowds, and they're at the fire sites, and they're bringing you a flavour of what else is going on around the town. So not just here at the War Memorial, but it's almost like television really, it's all around. And let's bring you some of the messages we're receiving on YouTube then. Dan Bentley says, watching from Essex, as couldn't get to it. Normally every weekend supporting Lewes FC. Great coverage. Thank you, Dan. That's very kind. And Philip Amy. Oh, Philip, thank you so much for allowing us to use your video from, I think it was 1974, of Neville Bonfire. Were you aware that you talked all the way through the minute silence? Well, yes, Philip, that's true. But if we had a minute's silence on radio, then although people can't hear us talking down in the street because we're in a room, so for the people on the street, I wouldn't be so rude to speak through the silence if I were in amongst the crowds there or in the procession. But we're in a room giving the commentary, so yeah, if I left it silent, I mean, it is something we thought about ahead of time and we discussed, but you never know, it might sort of kick in with the emergency system if you left it silent for an hour. I think that happens on Radio 4. If there's more than 15 minutes or 15 seconds silence, they play some nuclear warning or something. But anyway, but thank you for your message, and I take your point.
It's a fair point, yes.
Edward Osborne says that he's part of Newick Bonfire Society and he can't go to Lewes this year, but hopes to be back next year. Well, we hope to have you with us next year, Edward. Sue Pilfold says, excellent coverage. Shout out for Steve, Russell and Finley Pilfold. Bonfire boys all. Well, there you go. So
is Sue their mum?
Might be related.
Yeah.
Margaret Clinton says, amazing. Hello, Tanzi in South Africa. We're getting around, aren't we? All over the globe. Bonfire goes global. And Scrapyard Mark Metal Picker says, love this stream. Thank you, guys. Shared. See, they're spreading the word. Do that. Let other people know. Let your friends know. Hit the subscribe button so you hear from us later. And share our live feed tonight with your friends. Share us on social media. Let's spread the word and have a watch party for Bonfire here in Lewes. Let's do it the safe way and watch it online. Success to Cliff, says Cake Whole Cake. And Hannah Morris says that she sent a message on Facebook. Sorry if I missed it, Hannah. But want to say hello to my father-in-law, Stephen. Stephen Jarvis and Burgess Hill Bonfire Society. We saw Burgess Hill go past earlier, so thank you for that, Hannah. And Jack Hogston Music says, lovely to watch from up in Newcastle. Why? up here for uni. Oh, he must be clever if he goes to Newcastle. But lived in Ringmer and worked at the Cliff headquarters, the Dorset. Nulli secundus. There you go.
Indeed.
Well, good to hear from you, Jack. I bet they're missing you down at the Dorset. And Vicky Smith says, great memories of years gone by. Have a great evening. Gina, Simon, Eliza, Danny, Sherry and Ben. So wishing you all a very happy evening. Good evening. Tim Costello said he last... Oh, this is so somebody heard Tim Costello talking, and so they...
Oh.
It's like they're having a discussion without us. Anyway. South Street are now laying their wreath. Reveille sounds as the poppies are lit. And the crowd certainly appreciating that.
As though there are some ashes being scattered on the war memorial.
crowd do love a string of firecrackers, don't they? A rope of firecrackers.
Goodness, it was all going off outside the Royal Oak last night, I can tell you. I'm surprised my ears are still intact.
Lee Harris says he wants a shout out to his friend and workmate Rachel, who's walking with the cliff tonight.
Should be seeing them soon, I think.
A shout out to Newick, please, for Edward Osborne. And he's listening with a pint in his hand. Keep it up, guys. Oh, thank you. Well, one of us has got a pint in our hands as well, haven't we? Or a container of something.
It's empty now, I'm afraid.
So I'm just going to give you a little glimpse there of South
tableau.
Street's tableau.
Looked like a fairy tale castle. I'd love to know the story behind that one.
Perhaps Debbie Matthews might be able to let us know. Lucy is watching from Wales, and she tells us that she was lucky to experience this with family members who have been members of the Cliff for decades, and she hopes to go again next year or the following year. Well, we'd love to have you with us, Lucy. Mark Richardson says, great coverage, especially for those wanting to feel safe at home this year. Telling everyone we will get... telling everyone. So he's got so many friends that hopefully we'll get to 1,500 viewers. Thank you very much. Well, if you've got another 400 mates, bring them along. Well done, Dino and Rocket and Helen. Thank you very much. Well, you're very welcome.
I've just been told that the ash scattering that we witnessed was by a currently grieving family who are connected to South Street. It was a really very moving thing to see.
Yeah. People have realised they can circumvent us with the request by just shouting at the microphone from the street. So it's 27 minutes past 7 here on Rocket FM. We are community radio for Lewes and the Ouse Valley, and we are bringing you our live stream coverage on our YouTube channel of Lewes Bonfire 2021. It's Dino Bishop and Helen Browning-Smith here, broadcasting live from the War Memorial and bringing you also some video from around the town, courtesy of our outside broadcast unit, Eugene Sully and Steve Pilfold. Stuart Forshaw would like a shout out to the Logs alumni, to the old grammar school, and John Knoll. Hello, it's Jonathan and family watching from Australia. Wow, thank you so much. And a big shout out says Ruth O'Rourke to East Hoathly. So by my calculations, we should be seeing Cliff coming up. And I think that's what we're seeing now, because I think that's Lucy Freeman there, I'm not mistaken. Maybe not. Yeah, it's definitely the black and white of Cliff coming up. They've been waiting patiently. Sloop John Babe says, I've been loving this stream. It always hurts a little bit when you can't make it back to Lewes for the 5th. And you've made it a lot less painful. Next year, though, look to putting it on Twitch as well. Oh, it'll be TikTok next.
One thing at a time.
Oh, goodness me. This is brave enough.
I think it's fair to say that Cliff usually bring a certain theatricality to their act of remembrance,
yes.
Do they not?
Yes. The mighty Cliff. It is at this point that I have in tribute to the great Rupert Lloyd Thomas, have to say, and here they come, the mighty Cliff. I said about Eugene being our outside broadcast unit. This brought a titter to Dark Star Pyro. They're obviously friends. And Kim Semark is listening in Lamport in Lewes. Oh no, I beg your pardon, she's asking if this is Lamport in Lewes. No, this is the centre of town. This is Centreville.
Bring me sunshine.
So we think this is the Egham Brass Band that we're hearing now, who are marching with Cliff, playing Bring Me Sunshine. Playing all the right notes, but not necessarily in the right order.
Sounded like they were doing a great job to me.
This is Northern Boris Bonfire Society, who march with the Cliff. And we're listening there to the crackle of the spent torches and the sound of the metal cracker barrel being pulled up on cobbled stones. And that very clear sound is the quality of that sound is all thanks to Roger Stamp and his incredible experience in setting up the sound system for us here, with a lifetime career spent in television audio and sound recording. It's marvellous to have his skills. Are we getting away from the crowd down there? Some of the people in the procession? They'll watch this back on YouTube later and realise this was the point that they stopped in front of our little microphones and cameras here and gave us a wave. Is this a drone, asks Silver? No, the only drone is me. No, we're actually broadcasting this. Well, yes, we are broadcasting this from a first floor window, not wishing to give the secrets away. So it does look like we are hovering above it all. But actually, you're right. A drone could be a really good way of doing this.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Oh.
Here are some fearsome Vikings.
No, look, talk about this is for a personal touch here now. So this is I'm moving the camera here for Chris Jackson. So Chris is watching in blind. He's watching it live, as we all are, and he's with his wife Wendy, and he wants to know if there's any chance I can move the camera down slightly. Well, anything for you, Chris. Whatever you want, really, mate.
Your wish is our command. We are here to serve.
Is that all right for you, Chris? Do you want it up a bit or down a bit, or is that all right?
Any other requests?
He knows I'm teasing. Thank you very much for watching and for listening. I don't know, up, down. It's when they bring when you've got the badges and the tall burning things on sticks. Then we sort of pan up a bit, so you get the fireworks and the stuff coming up. So yeah, but for the marching bands, yes, we've pointed down a bit.
That technical terminology.
Very.
Burning stuff
Burning
on
things
sticks.
on sticks. We don't do oggy.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, sorry.
I was going to say, I think it's rather frowned upon.
I think we hit upon the same point there.
Yes.
AD Kershaw is oh, she's talking about streaming. Never mind, AD, yes, thank you. But I was going to say about, who did I see then who was watching in Los Angeles? Oh, John Noel's been back again, down a bit, thank you, cheeky. Bit of the Carpenters. Top of the world, and we're on top of Bonfire tonight.
User is watching this in Ukraine.
Crikey.
Hello to Ukraine.
Oh, yes. Hello in Ukraine.
Kiev calling.
Well. Hello to the Vikings, says Jules Chandler. And I love this one from Esme. Esme, Charlotte, Lila, Blackburn, Mukherjee. There's a name to conjure with.
Wow.
Hello to you, Esme. And she's watching all the way from university in Los Angeles tonight. Missing my family and Lewes today. Well, Esme, I'm sure they're missing you too and sending you lots of love. Thank you so much for watching our live stream, though. Share it with your friends and show them about this is the town that you come from and this is your heritage here that we're streaming tonight. Sarah Clues has messaged us. Hello, Sarah. Can you say hello to my niece, Emma Holt, who is watching from Mexico, please?
Hello, Emma. All the very best from all of us at Rocket.
That's lovely.
And that's me, Rog.
That's the voice of Roger Stamp that you hear there, who's our sound engineer. And he joins with us in wishing Emma Holt a very happy 30th birthday. So there you go. That's from Sarah Clues and from all of us here at Rocket. Hope you're having a great day down in Mexico. I bet you're bloody warmer than we are. And Vicky Gould is looking for all her family in the cliff. She's trying to spot them all as they go past our webcam.
Oh, you should see them soon.
We can zoom in a bit closer. Any chance of getting rid of the red banner at the bottom of the screen? Well, you raise a good point there, Paul. I think that it is technically possible for me to press something. However, I daren't at this point.
There are many buttons, many mysterious buttons.
When our technical operatives resurface, I may inquire of them if that is possible. But I know that it is. I could press something. It might take us off air, though. No, Paul, I won't risk it because we'll blame you for that if it happens. Shout out to Esme Mukherjee studying at university. Well, you see, this is Emma now. So, Emma, we've had a message already from Esme saying hello to her family. Well, now Emma has just messaged us to message back. She's saying a shout out to our daughter Esme Mukherjee studying at University of California, Irvine. Wow, how lovely to be young. Feeling really homesick and watching your coverage. Also, bestie Anna Pinder watching all the way from New Zealand. Feeling similarly homesick this evening. Well done, Dina. Well, thank you very much. Well done, Helen, too.
Oh, thanks.
And, that's so lovely. That's really lovely. What part of New Zealand? You don't say. I'm guessing Auckland. I hope they're sort of emerging out of lockdown. They've had a localised lockdown in Auckland. So I hope what they're seeing on their YouTube screen now is a sort of a taste of what's happening out there in the real world. Sophie Alsabrook says, would I be able to have a shout out for my dad Ian? He is part of the Borough firework team, but unfortunately he is at home with COVID. Oh dear.
Sorry to hear that.
Let's just take a pause now from that message because we're hearing the air raid siren and the air raid precaution whistle. As we begin Cliff's act of remembrance here. And as we hear Reveille, this is now the point at which the poppies will be lit. These are the grand illuminated set pieces, and that's accompanied by the Society's band very shortly. The obelisk that you can see there in front of the Crown Hotel is a model of the Martyrs Memorial, which stands on the mauling down above the cliff on the top of Chapel Hill.
I see we have a banner this year commemorating 100 years of the Royal British Legion. They're just about to light it now.
O God, our help in ages past. And Jim Etherington, the president of Cliff Bonfire Society, has laid the wreath on behalf of the Society, commemorating those members of Cliff who paid the supreme sacrifice.
Did we mention theatricality? They were lit with a bang. All four.
And the illuminated set piece, lest we forget, is carried and held aloft, as you can see in the top right of your screen.
Victory now completely obscured by smoke. Beautiful. Well done, Cliff. Thousands of poppy petals fluttering to the ground.
Well, that was a really marvellous and, as you say, theatrical tribute, act of remembrance, and the explosion of poppies, that poppy cannon, I believe it's called, was very effective. Has been used in previous years, and certainly a crowd pleaser. And as Cliff prepared now to move from the memorial, we take a few more messages. Karen Muxworthy has message to say that we thought it was impressive to be watching in Shropshire until we heard that there were people watching in New Zealand and California. Please say a special hello to our lovely Sussex pals, the Broads, who are watching from Black Boys. Well, hello to you, the Broads of Black Boys, and hello, Karen Muxworthy. Thank you so much for getting in contact. We hope you're having a great night watching us and sharing this amazing experience here as we celebrate Lewes Bonfire. What you're watching now is the Cliff Bonfire Society. They've performed their act of remembrance, and they're now about to process off. You can see sort of towards the bottom of your screen in the centre there is Andy Freeman, and he's in his John Bull outfit, keeping an eye on proceedings.
You wouldn't mess with him, would you?
No.
Dressed like that.
I'm being repositioned.
The old fire engine there.
Michelle Green says, can I do a shout out to my brave son Nathan, Corporal Green no less, who is a bonfire boy, but this year is spectating for the first time with his 4 and 5-year-old daughters, Poppy and Millie. Would you say that's Millie? Millie. So that's lovely, and he is going on a 7-month tour next month to Mali, and is spending as much time with them before he leaves. Well, goodness me. His mum and dad and wife Roxy are so proud of him. Well, thank you, Michelle, for that lovely message. So we're sending out a shout out then to Nathan, Corporal Green.
Yeah, and best of luck, Nathan, too.
And thank you for your service. Vicky Gould has been in touch, and she says her Auntie Anne is in shot. Oh, that was a couple of minutes ago. There you go. See? Well, there we go. If you want to just wander up School Hill, wander up the High Street in Lewes, you'll appear on the camera here.
Give us a wave.
Yeah, exactly. Get you in front of 1,500 YouTube viewers or whatever silly number is up to at the moment. I'm just going to move the camera down slightly so you can see some of the processions going past. Well, I have to say that this online way of enjoying Bonfire really seems to have taken off this year. I think you've all got used to the whole Zoom thing over the last 2 years, and so the idea of watching a live stream of Bonfire, well, it's like water off a duck's back. So it's really lovely to have you with us, and thank you very much for sharing what we're doing with your friends and retweeting us and sending out sharing our Facebook posts, and especially for subscribing to our YouTube channel and sharing our live stream this evening. So that's really great. Thank you so much for doing that. It's really brilliant to know that all our efforts in getting this ready for you have been met with a great response. So thank you. That was Andy Freeman you heard there, asking security to stop people, the members of the crowd, from walking up. That's causing a few problems for Cliff. Cliff, a very large society in terms of the number of Cliff members, so they have got a lot of people to get through here this evening. If you're watching on our YouTube, you'd be glad to know that you're one of 1,500 people right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. So as Cliff start to make their way from the War Memorial, we look forward to the Grand United Procession, which should be coming past in the next hour or so.
Yeah, well, let's have a look now at some of the timings then for what we can expect for the rest of the evening. So we're currently 8 minutes to 8 o'clock here on Rocket FM, and we've just seen the Cliff first procession, which would normally happen at 6:15. So goodness me, who knows where we are with the timings. The Commercial Square third procession to Spittal Road will have happened by now. So Commercial Square should at this point be positioned at the western end of the town, ready to come down then and join the Grand. And Waterloo are about to embark on their town procession, which is where we think we are at the moment. Commercial Square will do their grand procession about 8:15, and then Cliff will do their grand procession at 8:45. And this is when the societies then go off to their respective fire sites. That's when we start to bring you coverage of what's going on at the fire sites and the firework displays. We'll try and bring you as much of that as we can from out and about with our outside broadcast unit, Steve Pilfold and Eugene Sully.
Sounds very grand, doesn't it?
It does.
I love it.
And we'll stay here as well, and we'll bring you from some of what we see.
I'm very excited to see the tableau this year, because we've got 2 years of so much material, so much inspiration. I think they're going to be quite extraordinary this year.
I mean, where do you start with the 2 years that we've had and the political upheaval? I mean, don't forget, in that time we've had Brexit, we've had COVID, and so where do you start then with the political figures and the enemies of Bonfire that are going to be represented in the tableau this evening? For those that don't know, perhaps we can talk a bit about how tableau, what tableau actually are.
Yeah, tableau are often referred to as effigies, which in Bonfire speak actually means something different. But the tableau are the wonderful, enormous, creative, artistic models that are produced by each society each year that represent what's called an enemy of Bonfire. So it's often a political figure, perhaps, somebody who's made themselves unpopular. In the past we had, I remember one representation of a brewery that was incredibly unpopular with local Lewes people. So it could really be anything. And I don't think it's a massive spoiler to say that the biggest enemy of Bonfire that there's probably ever been, because it actually stopped it happening last year, was COVID itself. So
yeah, absolutely.
I imagine these tableaux may make some reference.
They may be sort of spherical with little bits coming off.
Yes, exactly.
We've just heard from our outside broadcast unit. Actually, Steve Pilfold tells us that Borough have just arrived at the prison for the United Grand, and they followed Commercial Square up to the western end of the town. So they are assembled, they get themselves ready at St Anne's Crescent, and they then join Borough at the bottom where St Anne's Crescent comes into Western Road, and they process down. And Obviously, we're not going to reveal until they are seen by the people here what the effigies are, but I am told there are some great ones. So this evening we're going to see some fantastic representations.
And they will be all over the national press tomorrow morning as well.
They will. So if you want to be among the first to see them, then you know what to do. Stay tuned here on Rocket FM on our YouTube channel.
Get off the road, guys.
Thank you so much to everybody that's sharing our tweets and our Facebook posts. I've seen so many tweets coming up now where people are reposting the link, obviously wanting to share what's going on. It's fantastic. I know things have reached a bit of a hiatus at the moment while Cliff are just getting themselves ready to process, but we have seen some fantastic sights tonight, and we're right here. I mean, you couldn't have a better viewpoint on what is going on as part of Bonfire. So, if you want to have the best seat in the house, then join us here on our YouTube channel. Tell your friends, get everybody along. We'll have a party.
We're so close. You feel that you could reach out and touch some of the people in this. It's really an honour to be here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic, and it's such an honour to be able to share it with people as well. I mean, the pleasures and experiences like this are all very well, but the first thing when something great happens like this, you want to be able to tell people about it, don't you? And share it.
Yes.
So that's what we're doing tonight. Cliff are really taking their time with this. I think what happens is when they get to the war memorial, they they want to stand their ground and enjoy this moment, and so they're having a bit of a conflab. They're getting themselves organised. They're not in a desperate hurry. They've now acquired this bit of turf, and it's theirs for a bit. So later on this evening we're going to be bringing you some more video from around the town. Eugene and Steve have been out and about, and they're recording bits and they're sending them to us so that we can share them with you by the magic of YouTube. So it's not basically what I'm saying is it's not just Helen and I wittering on for the evening, pointing a camera out of the window. Oh no, we're taking you down amongst it, in the thick of it. People there we go. I can see Neil Horsecraft is processing with the Cliff, and he's giving us a wave. Also, Lucy. I'm going to say Lucy Freeman. Lucy Newth. Freeman was the maiden name. Is there too, and giving us a wave. And Andy, there we are. Oh, Dizzy's there as well. That means Tom's around somewhere. Goodness me, eh?
Do you know everyone, Dino Bishop?
No, it's just they're all related. You know what the Cliff's like. They're all friends and family. And what Steve,
we're all friends here, aren't we?
Well, Steve is reporting from the western end of the town. It's the busiest that he's seen it in years. He had to go down Southover Road and up Keir Street to get to the YMCA, four deep, all the way up St Anne's. So
wow.
The crowd certainly have been here. Just to repeat some of the safety advice that East Sussex County Council have put out, they have encouraged people, if you're joining us for Bonfire, please do a lateral flow before you attend. Please wear a mask. It'll protect others as well as protecting you from the smoke and particulates in the air. And of course, please make sure you've had your 2 jabs, your double jabbed, like Guy Fawkes himself. And if you are due, have your 3rd one too. Oh, I think I've just made a rhyme.
That was very good, Dino.
That's copyright
You're on
me.
fire.
I hope not, although we're close enough to be.
It could happen. Don't speak too soon.
Don't. Well, we thought the first lot of fireworks would set your smoke alarm off, didn't we?
Yeah, and it didn't. It's amazing.
Thank heavens for that.
I think my smoke alarms have kind of got used to this, really.
They've given up.
It's a good 5 years they've been putting up with it.
So Phil Faulkner says it's great commentary. That's nice.
Oh,
Bless him
thanks,
for that.
Phil.
And Fiat Doblo, please lower the camera for the processing because 80% of the screen is red line at the bottom. Oh, that sounds very technical. Well, it may be. I'll tell you what. It may be that if you're watching on mobile, perhaps it's slightly different. Okay. Well, we'll take a look at that. Thank you for flagging that up. All feedback gratefully received. We'll get our technical supremos on the case with that. Now, it's suddenly got very warm in the Rocket Studio here, and that's because the crosses commemorating the 17 Protestant martyrs, and each of them are named, if you look at the bottom of them, those have been lit and are now passing our window, and it got very warm. I would just mention it's 2 minutes past 8 o'clock if you're after a time check, and this is Rocket FM Lewes. We are community radio for Lewes and the Ouse Valley. We're broadcasting on YouTube a live stream of tonight's Lewes Bonfire 2021.
And we're having a blast, and I hope you are too.
And the Vikings come past us now.
And here come my beloved French revolutionaries, looking fabulous.
Vincent Saunders has asked if we are going to be showing bonfire prayers from the law courts. That's the borough bonfire prayers. And Vincent, yes, we hope to. It may not be live, but we'll certainly have video footage of it, we hope, later in the evening. That takes place shortly before midnight, so we hope to. And Ali Walker-Davis has been in touch via Twitter, and she says, you're doing a brilliant job. Could I please say hello to my cousin Cheryl and Mama Nikki, who are both glued to Rocket FM and loving every minute. Aww. And sad not to be joining our family on School Hill. We shall not be druv. No, indeed we won't, Ali.
Glad to hear it.
Sorry, I didn't know if that was Ali a boy or Ali a girl. Oh, it's Ali a girl. Thank you, Ali, for getting in touch. That's great. Now, one of the joys of Bonfire is seeing the tableau. So, seeing the papier-mâché constructions, which are sort of a satirical look at some of the enemies of Bonfire, of people who have done bad things over the last year. And so we wait to see what each of the societies have chosen to do to represent as their tableau this year. And we know that there are some good ones. And JM on YouTube wonders if there will be a Boris effigy. Well, I think there's probably a dead cert. It's more a question of how many Boris effigies there will be and what they will be doing.
Yes, and in what form, absolutely.
Trigger Howell is watching on YouTube and he says, what an amazing night. Great coverage.
Thanks.
Thanks.
I was just going to say, re-tabloid. Do you remember the year that every single society did a Donald Trump?
Yes.
All these massive Donald Trumps being wheeled around Lewes.
There was a running theme then, wasn't there?
There was, yes.
And we're here. There'll always be an England from the band. The societies have numerous bands that join them for the processions, not just one. So it's the music is a very important element of the processions, and there is actually a captain of bands each of the society has who coordinates all of that and organises it. So that's a very important job. Chris Jade has asked if we'll point the camera down a bit so that they can see more where the people are walking from. Well, we've done that for you, Chris. Hope that's nicely lined up. Get on here and say left a bit, right a bit, and straighten us up. Matthew Hare says, thanks for broadcasting this. That's Matt and Julia who are watching in North Yorkshire. I know, how ridiculous is this? John Post says hello from Hawaii.
Oh my word.
Can we do it at your place next year, John?
Those are the earthquake drummers.
Oh, there's Matt Kent. There we go. So, a little proof that it's live. We have members of the cliff hollering at the back. There we go. Matt Kent holding one of the banners up for cliff.
They look heavy. Have you ever done that for commercial?
Haven't. That has not been one of my jobs.
No.
I'm just looking to see who the band are with them. So we've got the Uckfield Concert Band with Cliff and the Mid Sussex Brass Band, the Heathfield Silver Band,
we just saw the earthquake drummers, didn't we?
Is that who they were? Well done you for spotting that.
Oh wow, what's all this? Confetti flying into our studio window.
This is impressive. Where did that come from? Well, we're being watched by Ashenstern, who says it's amazing, and they're watching in Germany and in Russia.
Oh. Welcome.
Yeah. And Prague. Oh, basically it's ridiculous. We're global. It's rocket global broadcasting. I'm sure you're all making this up, There's not really an internet.
That was the Cliff Tub Thumpers,
Fantastic stuff.
living up to their name.
Now, we've been to Auckland earlier this evening. We're going back there again now for a message from Anna Pinder, who says she's watching live there from just outside Auckland in New Zealand. Wonderful to see my hometown celebrating. Feeling very homesick. Shout out to my best friend Emma Blackburn. Love you. Oh, thank you, Anna. And, there you go. Shout out to Emma Blackburn from you. Thank you for watching.
It's lovely to hear from all these expats scattered all around the globe.
Us Lewesians, we do get about a bit, don't we?
Really?
And Pam in New Haven, Pam Brewer, says, please say hello to my son watching in Wylam, is that, or Willem? In Newcastle, or near Newcastle, introducing his husband to Lewes Bonfire for the first time. Well, there you go, boys. I hope you're enjoying it, and I hope you think it's as fantastic as we do. And Terry Armstrong says, the only day of the year you miss Lewes. Well done to all involved, and have a safe evening. Thanks for the great coverage. Watching from a wet Salford. Oh, well, we wouldn't mind having the Salford studio. That might be... not that I'm complaining about our surroundings, I should say.
I'm just wondering why this is the only day of the year he misses Lewes.
I know.
Surely you miss Lewes every day of the year.
We may have to rescind his passport. Oh, there's nice memories here from Ace Rides Bikes. Stuck in Wales now. Was a Lewes boy. Remember sitting in Tizzy's shop and being toasty warm and drinking too much cider.
Happy days.
Happy days, eh? Oh, look, now I know that they're taking the mickey. Here we go. I don't know who SPG or 112357 is, but they say they're watching from the International Space Station. You got us. I got all excited there, cheeky. We can see you from space. Just kidding. Oh, really? Oh, well, thank you for that. Pulling my leg.
Love it.
Comment of the night. Oh, so this bodes well. So now Carleen has given us a bit of a heads up on the Cliff tableau. Now, without revealing what it is, she says it's the funniest tableau that Cliff have ever done. So we can look forward to that.
I don't think it comes past our studio, though, does it, Cliff? No.
It doesn't, but we'll hope to see it. Maybe we'll see some pictures of it later.
Yes.
A comment on the cider earlier from outside Tizzy's. We think it must be Meridown vintage, apparently. Wouldn't know.
So here we see the return of South Street. Is this the front of the Grand United Procession, do we think?
It may very well be. I mean, we did hear from Steve Pilfold up the western end of town that they were ready and poised.
Of course, South Street need to be at the front, really, because their fireside starts a little earlier than the others, because they're very much a family-orientated organisation.
Now, Catherine Nicholas is watching in Antarctica, and I don't think that's a joke. Antarctica.
She's watching in Antarctica.
She is.
I think people are pulling our legs now, Dino.
No, I'm going to look up your what's the number? Your identity number for where you're watching on the internet. You know what I mean.
Oh, that sounds clever.
Steve will know exactly where he is. What I'm talking about. This I have a pleasure in doing for GBXLNT. Can you give her dad or his dad, Vince, a massive shout out. Hello, Vince. Currently stuck up the fire site sorting the fireworks display. Sadly, he couldn't make it this year, says GBLEXNT. So there you go. Shout out to Vince at the fire site. We don't know which fire site.
Debbie Matthews underneath our studio, waving at us. Looking fabulous. She looks like she's having a really good time.
No, we're at 1.6 thousand viewers, 1,600 viewers at the moment. Can we get above the 2,000 mark before the night is out? Well, that's down to you. So if you're enjoying our stream this evening and you're able to share it with your friends, then please do. So give us a subscribe. You can share the live stream there. There's a button for share. And, if you're on Twitter or Facebook, then we put a couple of posts on there at Rocket FM Lewes. If you could share those, that would be really fantastic. Let people know that we're on, and it makes it all the more worthwhile that we've set this all up so that we can bring it to you this evening. So yeah, give us a Okay, right.
What now?
Right, so Simon Muxworthy, who is going to get a slap. Hi, Rocket. A big hello from Simon and Karen on Voyager 1. 14.1 billion miles from Lewes. That's got to be Auckland and the International Space Station, surely.
So next we'd like to hear from anyone listening on Jupiter.
Alpha Centauri. Simon, that's it. You're banned.
We love it. Thank you.
Oh dear. No, I've been promised that I've been sent a. Oh, Vicky Gould says, "Wish I had your job." Well, that's nice. Yeah.
Oh.
I'll tell you what, it's the best job in the world. This.
We do know how lucky we are, Vicky.
I know. Yeah. Don't get paid for it. Do it for the love. Nobody pay for this, would they? Frankly, no.
And the warm glow.
No. But I have been promised that I've been sent a picture, which I'm waiting to see. But it has come through one of my various channels. I was hoping that I might be able to share that with the viewers and the listeners. It may have been of the Cliff tableau, so maybe I'll keep that under wraps for a little while. But we're frantically searching all of the various inboxes that we've got going, and we'll see what we find.
Here come Hastings Bonfire Society. They had their bonfire night quite a few weeks ago now.
And Gemma Blaber says, "Can I give a shout out to David Gross, who's watching in Exeter, please?" And that's love from Gemma and from Arthur. And there you go. So a shout out to you, David. I hope you're enjoying our coverage this evening of Bonfire 2021. Rod Crocker, former mayor of Lewes, no less.
Ah, yes.
Says we're doing a grand job. Thank you very much, Squire. Watching from home. We'll be out to the fireside. Well, I hope you have a great night. I don't know if Yvonne is with you, but I hope she has a great night too. And very important message here from Barbara Chandler. Absolutely, this is spot on, Barbara. Can I say a huge thank you to the cleaning operatives who will get Lewes spick and span again for the morning, working through the night, and Lewes looks as though nothing has happened. They deserve a mention. They do a fantastic job, and that's from Barbara in Somerset. Well, thank you, Barbara. I echo your sentiments there.
They really do. It's extraordinary. They start at about 2 o'clock in the morning, I think, and apart from a little bit of red paper here and there, the following day, as Barbara says, you would think that nothing had ever happened here. It's actually quite surreal. And then I believe all the people that work on the clean-up, it's the Lewes District Council's waste and recycling team. They're hosted by the mayor to a lovely hot breakfast at the town hall, which I'm sure makes it all worthwhile.
Absolutely. Now, so I'm after an editorial decision here from the team, because I've actually been sent a picture of the cliff effigy, cliff tableau, and so I can tell people about it. But I don't want to do that if we don't feel that people have actually seen it yet out and about. So I will wait for an editorial decision on that. But thank you very much, Carleen, for sending it to me. Great photo, well done. So hopefully we'll share that. We'll let the listeners know. I've just heard from Steve Pilfold, who says that it looks like there's movement at the western end of the town ahead of the Grand. So we do expect to be seeing the United Grand procession coming down as the next thing we share with you here from our vantage point at the War Memorial. Anita Broad says she would love it if we could give a shout out to Karen and Simon Muxworthy watching live in Shropshire whilst eating kedgeree. Oh, sounds posh.
Nice.
Kedgeree. They moved away, but always used to go to watch in Lewes, and they're homesick. Oh, bless them.
I think we heard from Simon Muxworthy earlier, didn't we, from Shropshire?
He's got over his homesickness, hasn't he? And if you can tag it in, please give a big shout out. I suppose that fit it in, tag it in. I don't know.
Yeah.
Please give a big shout out for Sussex Stool Ball too, with people watching from the space station. They need to know.
Well, stool ball is like Bonfire, really, a thing that is unique to Sussex, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a sport that is unique to Sussex.
A bit like
with a great history and tradition.
Yeah. I was trying to think, a bit like playing toads.
Yes. Oh God, that's I mean, how do we explain that to people on the International Space Station?
Don't even start me on that one. Margaret Cheeseman, thank you for contacting us, Margaret. Margaret's watching from Peacehaven, Helen, and she says, what a spectacular evening. Never been able to visit this amazing event. One day you're doing a grand job. Thank you. Well, thank you, Margaret. I don't know how you got to sort of hear of our stream, but I'm really pleased that you found us, and thank you very much for your support. Now, Carleen is being my little spy, actually. Carleen's doing a great job because she's tipping me the wink for all the tableaux. She's sending me pictures. So she's at home because she's not very well. I'm sorry to hear that, Carleen. But she's been sending me pictures that her friends have been sending her. So she's acting as a sort of a photography agent. Distribution point. So it's great. So we're having a look at those in the studio and getting an idea of what we're going to see a bit later.
Wow.
Alison Regan says, great coverage, watching with friends in Aberlady, East Lothian, and have booked to come next year. Such a great event. Oh, well, you'll be really welcome, Alison. We hope you can join us, yeah. And Sarah Ashdown, shout out to the Ashdowns watching in Lewes, Darlington and Chester.
Oh,
wow, family spread all over.
About. Yeah.
So I think what we're going to do now is, as have been whispered in my ear, is we're going to continue with our pictures here from the War Memorial, but while we're waiting for the United Grand, which we understand from our correspondent Steve at the western end of the town won't actually be that long, but we're going to leave our pictures running, so you still hear, you still see the pictures from the memorial, but we're just going to play you a little sound of sound recording of the history of Bonfire.
The history of Bonfire on Rocket FM. The Gunpowder Plot.
The Gunpowder Plotters were a group of Catholic gentlemen, young men, led by Robert Catesby, who planned to blow up the Houses of Parliament by storing 36 barrels of gunpowder in the vaults. The person that they employed as one of the conspirators, Guy Fawkes, it was his precise instructions to actually light the fuse and to set off the explosion. There is a belief among some historians today that in fact the plot had been infiltrated by the government at the time. The Chief Minister, Robert Cecil, is believed to have had prior knowledge of the Gunpowder Plot, but to make political propaganda out of it and to use it against the Catholic Party in the country, they let the plot proceed right up until the last moment. Obviously, it was on the 5th of November. The story goes that they searched the cellars and discovered Guy Fawkes with his lantern and burning match, as the bonfire prayer goes, about to ignite the fuse that was intended to blow up not only the King but the Lords and MPs that had gathered for the opening of Parliament on that day. So the plot was discovered. It was an unsuccessful plot by a group of Catholics to overthrow the Protestant monarchy, the intention being that Sir Edmund Digby, a leading Catholic in the country, was then going to organise an uprising and reinstall Catholic monarchy into the country. They fled to a house in Staffordshire, Holbeach House, put up a bit of a fight, but they were in fact captured and taken back to London. Some of them were tortured, including Guy Fawkes, were tortured and eventually executed. I think he was actually hung, drawn and quartered in London, so particularly a horrendous punishment. The government party actually wanted to make a big show of their trials. It would appear that they were making political propaganda. I think the thing that shows that was almost immediately afterwards an Act of Parliament was passed which made the 5th of November a day to celebrate and commemorate the discovery of the plot and the saving of the Protestant monarchy in this country. And really that is the origins of Guy Fawkes Night today. As one can see, it's steeped very much in the religious antagonisms way back in the 17th century.
The history of Bonfire on Rocket FM with Dr. Jim Etherington. The history of Bonfire on Rocket FM with Dr. Jim Etherington. The Catholic plotters and the earliest records of Bonfire in Lewes.
We have to remember that at the time, in 1605, the Catholics were a persecuted minority within the country. There were obviously historical reasons for that. There was a move away from Catholicism towards Protestantism. There was also the fear of the Pope as a temporal lord, in other words, having a political control over a country, not just a religious control. And obviously the Catholic group were quite happy with that arrangement, whereas the Protestants were not. So yes, you can have a sympathy with them for what they wanted to do, but the way they were trying to achieve it, no, I don't think one can have any sympathy with them. So I think any act of terrorism, the vast majority of people will have no sympathy for them in that role. I suppose their legacy in many ways has been counter to their intentions. The fact that immediately afterwards the day was legally proclaimed a day of celebration. The act that was passed instructed every parish church, ring the church bells, bring the people to a special service of remembrance. There was a special prayer that had to be spoken on that particular day. So I suppose really the fact that the day became Guy Fawkes Night, the day we remembered the failed plot and realised that it was part of the antagonism between Catholics and Protestants. I suppose in some ways they certainly right up until the 19th century, it gave the population a day when they could actually manifestly express attitudes of anti-Catholicism. I should add, I don't think that is so today. One must assume that the parish churches within Lewes, and there were a number of parish churches in 1606, they would have adhered to the act that had just been passed. How long they adhered to that act is impossible to tell. The only records we have of a religious nature was well into the 1700s, where parish books record bell ringers being paid on the 5th of November, presumably to bring the congregations to church. How the population celebrated the 5th, besides the church service, is again, you just don't know, because there's no documentary evidence. The first documentary evidence we actually have, 1679, there was a person called Titus Oates who claimed that there was another popish plot being hatched by a group of conspirators. This plot, in fact, was a total figment of his imagination. There wasn't a plot at all, but it did provoke considerable concern across the country. And there is a document which records a celebration in Lewes, a very anti-Catholic celebration where people dressed as in mock clerical attire, carrying an effigy of the Pope, was paraded around the town of Lewes and eventually thrown onto a large bonfire at the end of the evening. We don't get any other reports of events in Lewes until well into the 18th century, and then there is no really anti-Catholic tone to them at all. It would appear that they were largely street bonfires where the local people came out, threw fireworks, had a few beers, and generally had a good time.
The History of Bonfire on Rocket FM with Dr. Jim Etherington. The History of Bonfire on Rocket FM with Dr. Jim Etherington. 1850. And the start of bonfire societies in Lewes.
In 1850, the Pope reinstituted the Catholic hierarchy into this country. It caused popular outcry, not just in Lewes, across the whole country. And the Bonfire Boys came back into the town, but by this time I think they had recognised that they couldn't go back to their riotous behaviour, and it's from about this date that we start to see bonfire societies being formed. Both the Cliff and the Borough Society give us their date of formation, 1853. Certainly those societies were formed by that date, but a closer reading of the press reports suggests that possibly they were formed perhaps the year or 2 years before that date. The important thing was that the bonfire societies were formed, and they transformed the celebrations from a riot into something that we very much see today.
In Anne of Cleves' house, there's a painting of Bonfire Night in 1853. Can you tell us a bit about that painting?
Yes, I think we can safely assume that the painting is an eyewitness account of the 1853 celebrations, and is probably a very good, accurate record of what Lewes was like on the 5th of November in 1853. The artist was a man called Thomas Henwood, and according to the 1851 census, only 2 years before the painting was carried out, he was living in Care Street, and his recorded occupation was artist. Certainly what the painting does give us is a very clear impression of how the bonfire societies had transformed what had previously been a very riotous occasion into a well-organised, if still fairly lively, event. And what's interesting, when you look closely at the painting, you can see all the elements of the celebrations that have continued right through to the present day. For example, the leading banner proclaims no popery. The processionists are wearing costumes and carrying torches. They're in organised ranks. They're dragging tar barrels along with them. There are effigies being carried. alongside banners. What's interesting about the effigies and the banners is that they clearly are making political comment both at a local and international level, which the Bonfire Boys continue to do today, mainly now through their own effigies and their tableaus. So, for example, when you look at the banner, you can see an image of a pig, and behind it there is a banner proclaiming "Poor Peter the Papist." Well, Peter Bacon at the time was the editor of the Sussex Weekly Advertiser that had long campaigned for the absolute suppression of the celebrations. So we have a very good example of a local person being humorously perhaps being poked at, very much like the enemies of Bonfire are carried in the processions today. And when you track back down through the procession, you've then got banners proclaiming up with the crescent and down with the bear. And we have to recall that in 1853 Britain was at war with Russia in the Crimea, and the bear obviously is a reference to Russia, and the crescent a reference to Turkey. We were actually fighting on behalf of Turkey. So we've got the political and international comment there. And of course the crowds. I mean, enormous crowds are gathered outside the White Hart, which can be seen on the left-hand side of the painting. And again, clearly you can see the squibs flying through the air. So although it was organised, it was still clearly very lively. So the painting really does tell a story. And I think we can safely assume, apart from changes to costumes and greatly more elaborated firework displays, what you see in 1853 is not so very different from what you see right through to the present day.
That was the history of Bonfire with Dr. Jim Etherington. And if you just joined us here on Rocket FM's YouTube channel, we're bringing you our live coverage of Lewes Bonfire 2021. I'm Dino Bishop,
and I'm Helen Browning-Smith, and we're just watching Waterloo come by, and we've just seen the fabulous tableau of Donald Trump in the guise of an enormous chicken. I could have used the male terminology, but I thought better of it. Anyway, it was fabulous, and we had a really good view. It came straight past our window.
So well done to Waterloo. What an absolutely splendid effort from your tab team in producing that enormous effigy of Donald Trump as a chicken, or a male version of chicken. And what we're going to see now is Waterloo passing from left to right on your screen as they process down from the western end of the town to the east, and they're off now to their fire site. And we'll shortly be joined by Borough and the Commercial Square. Now, Steve Pilfold, who's processing with Borough, he tells us that they have now left the western end of the town, which is about 10 minutes walk away. So they'll be on our screens very shortly. And they're processing with South Peyton. And what we're seeing now is we've had a few members of South Street, Southover Bonfire Society, and now Vines Cross have passed in front of us. If you're watching us on YouTube, you're one of currently around 1,600 people watching on our live stream. It's wonderful to have you with us, and those are people from all around the world, and we're especially delighted to have the Liccardo family watching in Brazil. So thank you very much. Hello to Valentina, who's watching, and other members of the family. And Antonio, her father is a geologist, professor of geology, who's produced a video that is about the geotourism of South America. And I know Antonio, and I narrated the video.
Oh, Dino, you do get about, don't you? It sounds fascinating, actually.
And you'll be delighted to know that I narrated the English version and not the Portuguese. Although I did have to master a lot of the Portuguese and Spanish place names.
Tricky.
I took a run up at most of them. Anyway, so hello to you listening in Brazil. And so what you heard there was the Chinese firecrackers being let off to the delight of the crowd. Now, as Waterloo process down School Hill, what happens then is that the crowd, who have been held back behind the barrier rope, are then allowed to sort of spill in behind Waterloo and walk with them down perhaps to their fire site, or to be able to move more freely in the road. So there's a sort of a period where between processions the crowd are allowed to step onto the road from the pavement. So it looks a bit sort of slightly worrying and chaotic that suddenly the crowd are then following, but it's only a temporary situation where people can then move, and they will then be corralled back onto the pavements, ready for the next procession then to follow on behind. And we're expecting that the next procession will be Borough, with Southaven and with Commercial Square. And so they'll be appearing on our screens from the left of your screen very shortly. What we're seeing now are members of the crowd then walking on behind Waterloo. Meanwhile, your messages are coming in thick and fast, which is fantastic. Do please share our Twitter link and our Facebook link to our live stream, which we're putting out on YouTube. It's fantastic to have so many of you joining us from all around the world, and it's people who are not just Lewesians who are off travelling and family members, people who used to live here, expats. It's people who just have an interest in Bonfire, who have perhaps just come across this and thought, wow, this is interesting. Is this what these English people do?
Yes, these peculiarly British traditions. We're really happy to share them with you, wherever you are.
Yeah, it's fantastic to have you with you. Even if you are on the International Space Station, as apparently people on Voyager 1, as apparently our viewers are. Please pan left, comes the request from Rosalind Priest. Oh, you're right, Rosalind. There's no need for the capital letters. There you go. So we hope you're getting a good view of what's going on here in Lewes. The Trump thing, says Gold Dalek, was probably from last year when it would have been apt, but it was cancelled. I don't know, would they have started work, kept it in storage? I don't know. We'll try and find out for you. One thing we do know, actually, and this is a little heads up now. I think we can now reveal the tableau for the cliff. So this is from Carleen, who sent us a picture, and it's been paraded through the streets now, and it's been on social media for quite a while.
This is not a spoiler.
This is not a spoiler alert, but if you really don't want to know what the cliff tableau is, then look away now. But it's Mick Symes, who is he's the admin of Lewes Present Facebook group, and he's kind of a controversial figure in that he's very much involved in Borough Bonfire Society, so there's a bit of bonfire rivalry there, I suppose. But his role as a admin for Lewes Present is a forum that a lot of people, something like 11,000 active users, and he's got perhaps an idiosyncratic way of running it. And it's his gig, so he can. But a lot of people use it and want to use it their way and disagree. And so, there's a bit of banter there, and a bit of controversy. But he is, of all the figures that Cliff could have chosen, they've chosen a local one this year. So they have eschewed the likes of Boris Johnson for a picture of a tableau of Mick Symes, a local figure.
It only makes sense if you live in Lewes, which is kind of the point, really, isn't it?
Yep. So we've just got a bit of information now from East Sussex Fire and Rescue Service, which we're going to share with you. This came into us, it's about an hour ago now, but the latest update from Lewes is that, this is from East Sussex Fire and Rescue, one person has been rescued from the river. So please stay safe out there.
Dear.
So, really, there's no need to be going near the river. Waterloo's bonfire site, fire site, is Malling Recreation Ground, which of course is bordered by the river. So please, it's pretty much sort of cordoned off, but don't go anywhere near the rivers. We don't want any incidents. Just an update then from the police and bonfire This came in at about 7:30 this evening. One person has been rescued after falling in the river at about 6:20 and has been taken to hospital. We hope they're okay. But as of 7:30, there were no arrests. So a relatively safe evening this evening in Lewes. And the police just want to remind local people and those visiting to take extra care, especially around water and with fireworks in the cold and dark. And so we echo those sentiments. Plenty of advice online then for safety at Bonfire. And we're having a wave from Carol. Carol Watts-Arnold is the General Secretary, or Honorary Secretary, I beg your pardon, of Commercial Square, and she's just given us a big wave. So a massive hello to you, Carol. And great, good work that you're doing, you and the rest of the Commercial Square team. And I hope you're having a brilliant night. Hello to Alan Gander, the goose, who says, good evening, Dino. Good evening, Helen. Not been able to make it to Lewes this year, but your coverage is great as always. Stay safe, Alan Gander. Thank you, Alan.
Thanks, Alan.
That's lovely to hear.
And here come Commercial Square. They're magnificent Native Americans.
Yeah, we were saying earlier that the members of Commercial Square went to America to help with the building of the railroad, and they were so taken by the plight of the Native American Indians that when they returned to Lewes, they decided that they would honour the Native Americans by representing them in the Bonfire tradition. And they learnt a lot of the skills, as I think you said, Helen, about making the costumes.
And there goes the totem pole.
So this is another reference to the Native Americans. It's a very tall, perhaps about 20 feet tall, would you say 15 feet tall, totem pole, which is going to be ignited a little later. Well, that's usually set off outside Cafe Nero in the High Street. I'm not sure if it's actually been ignited already. It probably has by the time that it reaches us. So we're probably seeing the spent version of it. And Jules Middleton has tweeted, thank you Jules, that's very kind. She says, thanks for the stream. We're tag teaming puppy sitting and I had the first outing to speak at Southover's memorial, then home, whilst husband heads out. So pleased I can watch online. Thanks both for the commentary. Thank you Jules, and I hope the puppy sitting is going well and that puppy isn't too affected by the noise and the fireworks. Gary.
Sorry, I was just going to say I can hear some booing, which makes me think, yes, Tableau.
Oh God, who have we got?
It's Dominic Cummings on his way to Barnard Castle.
Oh right, here we go. We must take a photo of this.
There's a little optician's eye test thing stuck to his shirt.
Brilliant.
And a load of money spilling out the back. Very apt. I mean, there was always going to be a Dominic Cummings, wasn't there?
Excellent stuff there for Commercial Square. So their tableau's enormous, and it's Dominic Cummings.
It's fabulous.
And the eye test. Should have gone to Specsavers.
Very, very witty. Can't help but sing along. It's our very own national anthem here in Lewes. It does something to me. It makes me tingle.
Yeah. And if you're concerned about Jules's puppy, well, she's messaged to say that puppy is asleep. So that's a great sign. Well, whatever you're doing there, you're doing a great job. Well done. What's the puppy's name and what's the breed? We need to know.
Here comes Guy Fawkes. And a plague doctor. Now there's an apt costume for our times. I mean, now that's a mask that would be worth wearing, isn't it?
No, isn't it just? And just so you can see that, folks at home, so what we're talking about
Oh,
here...
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just going to tilt the camera down. So there you go. How's that for a mask?
That would protect the wearer as well, I feel.
I think so. Keep your messages coming in. This is lovely. Catherine Frost is the District Commissioner for Lewes District Scouts.
Oh,
well. And so Catherine has messaged us. She says she's loving watching our coverage from home, as sadly she is unwell and can't join the fabulous, capital letters, Lewes District Scout Band this evening. Please do give all the young people a wave and a cheer when they pass by your studio. Thank you so much, Catherine Frost. Well, thank you, Catherine. That's really lovely to hear from you.
And they are doing a smashing job.
No, sorry, I'll correct that. They're actually marching with Commercial Square. Pretty pleased. Well, it's great to have them with Commercial Square, and they've done a fantastic job. Now, do we know Hayley Davis? Hayley Davis. She is pregnant, you know.
Oh.
And her husband, John Davis, says, "Hello, guys. Can you give a shout out to my pregnant wife, Hayley Davis, who stayed home tonight watching while I'm here in Lewes?"
Aww.
Well, there you go. Oh, John. Oh, you've lost so many credits there. That's at least a month of washing up. I
just saw a pregnant lady marching with Waterloo. I mean, being pregnant doesn't preclude involvement in Bonfire. But anyway, I hope you're okay, Hayley, and maybe you can come back next time.
Yay. And believe it or not, we're still looking at Commercial Square. Ooby-doo, I want to be like you. And while we dance to Commercial Square, Emma Pomeroy says, "Hi guys, great coverage. Gutted I'm not here tonight as a Zulu in the past and a Borough Bonfire banner carrier and past committee member. It's in my blood," says Emma. "My family are all there tonight in Borough, Waterloo and Cliff. And I'm so far away in Kent. Well done everyone tonight. It's fantastic to have Bonfire back. I'm bringing my children back there next year. Jeff Burrow, that's her dad, that's Emma's dad. Have a fantastic night walking with Waterloo." Thank you, Emma. And a fantastic night is wished to all your family. Susie Shepherd is watching all the way from Australia. And she used to belong to the Cliff, and she says, "Say hello to Robert." Hello, Robert.
Hi, Robert.
Well, you know you mentioned stool ball.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Anita says, "The history of stool ball is amazing. I'm on the Stool Ball England committee." Well, there you
Wow.
go. Never know who's listening, do you? And so she's looking after the history and education if you ever want someone to come and talk about it. When we're back on air next year, Anita, we will hold you to that. We'll talk about stool ball with you. If you message us a bit nearer the time next year, hopefully we'll be back on air with our normal programming, and we'll have you with us. That'll be really interesting. Thank you.
You just can't have enough Chinese firecrackers, can you?
I'll say one thing, Helen. You're going to need your gutters clearing in the morning.
Yes, I know. It's only just been repainted, all of this.
You can have any colour you like so long as it's smoke. Jessica Holders says, shout out to my dad Pete Burchett, who is in Ringwell. And he's a Bonfire boy but can't be there tonight. From his daughter Jess, also in Ringwell. Thank you Rocket FM for your amazing coverage.
Drowned out by the firecrackers.
Now, would you believe we have people watching in South Wales?
Wow.
Catherine and Nigel are watching in South Wales, and Catherine is a Sussex girl, and she has done Bonfire for about 40 years and misses it. A mention to my cousins in Waterloo Bonfire Society tonight. We won't be druv. No, indeed we won't, Catherine. Great live stream, thank you. You're really welcome, Catherine. It's great to have you watching. And I can't, not Borodar, is it? Because it's the evening, but whatever the evening equivalent of Borodar is. So that's the Cracker Barrel of Commercial Square going past, all that noise. And we can tell you that Max Beach has messaged us on our Facebook, that's facebook.com/RocketFM Lewes, to say, amazing broadcast, thank you so much. Please could you give a shout out to Lauren, Eric, and especially my mum Jill, who has been a bit under the weather, and so sadly we weren't able to make it down this year. Well, we're sorry you're not here to be with us, Max, but we hope the whole family can make it to Bonfire next year, and we're really glad you're enjoying the live stream, so thank you for your message.
I've got a couple of updates. Number one, this just tickled me, an email from amazon.co.uk an hour ago.
Have you taken to reading out your personal emails?
No, I just like this. Unfortunately, we ran into an issue when attempting your delivery. I'll say you did. But the second one, which is slightly more relevant, an update on Waterloo's tableau. Apparently people are saying that the chicken was Biden, not Trump, which I guess makes more sense in the context of the withdrawal from Afghanistan and so on. I guess we'll probably find out the full story tomorrow.
Well, apologies for the misinformation then.
Yeah.
Gemma Larkin says, hello, we're watching... Hello, Gemma. Hello. We're watching, while sat at home, around an open fire. Oh, it sounds cosy. Eating crumpets. Please send Jason McCarthy my love. Jason McCarthy, you're on. And Gemma sends her love. Lots of love, the Larkins. So does that make Gemma Ma Larkin, do you think? And does that make Jason Pa Larkin?
Isn't it Pop Larkin?
Pop. Well done. So Paul Chandler, who is watching in Somerset, has a view on the angle of the webcam.
I'm sorry, you were drowned out by the crackers then.
Paul is just saying that the best angle is to the left.
Ah.
So because they can't, if we tilt it to the right, they can't see in Somerset.
No, they're getting quite a lot of my guttering at that angle, though.
They are. But we're just to the left.
Lovely as it is. Move the whole thing forward.
We're just having an adjust on the camera.
Just trying to cut out my guttering because you don't really want to see that.
You don't want to see the guttering, but I do face a little bit of difficulty in actually reaching the thing from... There we are. That's why I can stretch. If I fall out of this window, if you hear a sort of a Nigel Pargeter style, then you know what it was.
We're not going to let that happen.
No. There we go. That's one for the Archers fans, of which there are many in Lewes. That kind of town.
One sitting right next to you, Dino.
Oh, very good. Nigel Partridge, that dates me.
That looked insanely dangerous. I'm sure it wasn't, because these guys know what they're doing, but it looked incredible.
So now, Valerie also has an opinion on the position of the camera. So anyway, well, thank you, Valerie. That you do actually, what you're saying makes sense. So Valerie suggests that we pan towards the left so we can see the oncoming. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and move out of the window. Again, listen out for the Nigel Partridge to R as I fall out the window. I'm going to try and move it a bit further out, okay? So this is for you, Valerie.
The Borough First pioneers are, of course, usually Zulus, but this year they're doing a very special tribute to our wonderful NHS workers. So Dino's done some more adjusting. Do let us know if you're all happy with the view. I think that looks good.
Yes. Well, I mean, unfortunately, in sort of crawling out of the window, I've knelt on something which has meant that my headphones have now gone stratospheric, so I've had to take them off because they're too blooming loud. So
we're very, very slick here. We are.
So I'm just
sophisticated.
waiting for a bit of technical support here with how to turn my headphones down, because I've obviously twiddled something while I launched myself at the window. It's at this point that I shout for Roger and say, "Oh,
For God's sake.
well, what have I done? I've turned my headphones up, Roger. Sort me out."
We can't take you anywhere, Dino.
I leant on that and I've turned the headphones up.
Oh, no.
What have I done? Just.
So here comes the double-jabbed Guy Fawkes, clutching a virus particle in his hand, in fact.
That volume control.
Oh, that's much. Well, no, that's. I'm all like. So I've leant on something because I'm very.
We can't take you anywhere, can we?
I'm all distorted. There's something. There's something's very, very wrong. I've leant on something. Have I pulled something out?
Any of those. Use this one.
Well, there you go. Goodness only knows what's happened. I'm still here, folks. I haven't fallen out the window, in case you were worried.
Stick with us.
I'm just having a bit of a twiddle.
A minor headphone problem. Steve Pilfold, our outside broadcast unit.
We're awaiting another video from Mr. Salem, if you'd be so kind.
talking.
Well, they are noisy devils.
Is normal service resumed now, Dino?
Well, I'm not sure that it is, because I'm sounding a bit Dalek-y, if you ask me. Can I have a bit more bottom? It's a technical term.
You can tell it's getting late, can't you? We've been here for nearly 5 hours now.
Look, I have clearly pressed something. I don't know what.
Don't worry about the headphones, just keep talking.
Sage advice from our producer.
Yes, keep talking.
And don't worry about the headphones.
Do you remember the spitting image puppets where they had the sort of the prod on the stick? There was a sort of a stick that prodded.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
It's like that, being prodded. Speak.
Yes.
Speak, he says.
Prodded by Roger.
Oh, dear me. Well, it's 8 minutes past 9 o'clock. If you are after a time check, all the time checks have gone out of the window because we're very much behind here now, and it's what I think we haven't quite seen. We've just seen Borough, haven't we? We've seen commercial.
Yep, we've seen Waterloo.
So now, who are we waiting for?
Technically Southover, but I'm not sure that they actually come this far down the high street now. I think they might turn off at Station Street.
Anita is enjoying the commentary, which is nice. Thank you, Anita. It's very kind.
I'm glad someone is.
Yes, and I'm aware of the commentary sound issue. We're trying to sort something out. Thank you for that. Not that anybody's counting or anything, Helen, but how many viewers or listeners do you think we're up to at the moment?
Well, I think last time you said we were on 1600. Are we far north of that?
I shall consult my mobile device and inform you presently.
Oh.
Yes.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, who have we got here now? So I see we've got... are those members of Cliff?
No, I think they're members of Borough, just tidying up their torches, putting them into the cracker barrels.
Well, we've peaked so far at 1.7.
Gosh.
I know, nearly 2,000 people.
That really is extraordinary.
It is,
thank
isn't it?
you.
Yeah, but really
Everyone
feeling
who's
the love.
tuned in.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We're really honoured and proud to share this with you.
So we're just going to bring you some more now from Dr. Jim Etherington.
The history of Bonfire on Rocket FM with Dr. Jim Etherington. 1853, and the first bonfire societies are formed in Lewes.
I suppose you would say that the origins of the organised element of Bonfire Night, i.e. the societies themselves, arose out of the authorities determination to suppress the riotous goings on the 5th of November in Lewes with the street fires and the throwing of rockets, and I suspect a considerable amount of drunkenness, and I also suspect a certain amount of antagonism towards magistrates and special constables that have been sworn in to try to contain the rioters. I mean, they would see them as rioters. I'm sure the people taking part would see themselves as revellers. Subtle distinction between the two. But the Bonfire Boys, I think, have always been very good at what I'd say is rolling with the punch. When the authorities try to impose some sort of restrictions on them, rather than allowing the celebrations to be suppressed, they will always endeavour to find a way round the problem to ensure that the celebration survives. And I think in 1847, when the authorities made their concerted effort to suppress the celebrations, those who wanted to see the celebrations continue saw a way of doing this by making the event far more organised, far more orderly, and by forming societies to take responsibility for the revellers. They actually came to an arrangement with the local authorities, which basically the agreement was that if they could organise the celebrations in a way that could be tolerated, the authorities would take no action against them. And I suppose this is where you can see the origins of the societies. Two societies were formed in 1853, the Lewes Town Society, as it was called then, and the Cliff Bonfire Society. The reason there was two societies formed in Lewes was that at this time the cliff was outside the town boundary. It was a separate entity on the opposite side of the river, so it was quite understandable that they formed their own society. Very shortly after 1853, in 1857, a second society was formed in the town part of Lewes, the Commercial Square Society, which incidentally is the name of an area of the town immediately outside the now defunct police station. And they took their name from that area. And at this point, the Lewes Town Society changed their name to the Lewes Borough Society. So by 1857, we have three societies, all independent of each other, all organising their own celebrations with their own processions, hiring their own bands with their own fires. The societies during the 19th century had their own fire sites. Cliff had their fire built at Cliff Corner by the church. Borough had their site outside of the White Hart. Commercial Square had their fire in Commercial Square, in the open area that still exists. Southover had their fire by the King's Head. And then during the 19th century, other societies were formed. Southover was formed, again taking its name from the area around which it processed and from where it drew most of its members. And Waterloo had brief periods of existence during the latter half of the 19th century, again taking its name from an area of the town. When one looks at more modern societies, for example, Neville Juvenile, formed in the 1960s, South Street, again you will notice that they're taking the names of the locality in which they operated. And there's a lot of evidence to suggest that the societies were very much based on the communities from which they drew their membership and in which they had their procession.
The History of Bonfire on Rocket FM with Dr. Jim Etherington.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you very much to Roger, who recorded those for us. That really is interesting to have that insight into the history of Bonfire and into the history of the spectacle that we have witnessed tonight. And it's more than a spectacle because, of course, this is our heritage, it's our cultural heritage, Helen.
It certainly is, and it really is unique to East Sussex, but to Lewes in particular, and very special.
And it's been our huge privilege to bring you this evening. We've shown you the processions at the War Memorial and the acts of remembrance, and then the celebrations as the United Grand processions have passed in front of our cameras here. And it's been our great pleasure to be able to chat about them and bring you a bit of an insight, really, from what we know and what people have messaged us. It's been really lovely to have your support via our YouTube channel. Please, if you're still with us, then give our channel a subscribe, and what we'll do is when we produce more videos like this, we'll post them and we'll send you an alert so that you know when we're going to go live next or when we've posted some new content. Our outside broadcast units, Steve Pilfold and Eugene Sully, are still out and about, and Steve's actually heading back to the studio now, so we may have some little snippets to bring you before the evening is out, with some more views of Bonfire away from the War Memorial, out at the outskirts, at the fire sites and in amongst the procession. So Steve's on his way to us now. And we've been really privileged to have viewers and listeners around the world, including in Brazil. And so for our Brazilian viewers, a little explanation of what you've been watching. Bonfire Night, ou Dia de Guy Fawkes, ou Judas, celebração parecidas com as festas juninas no Brasil, ou as queimas do fogos do Réveillon. Or something
Wow.
like that.
Yeah.
And it goes on, but my pronunciation does not permit me continuing.
I think we should perhaps switch to English. I mean, we've been mangling our own language this evening.
I have mangled that. There are groans. So Eugene sent me a fantastic video on the WhatsApp, which I will put out to you later when I pop to the other studio, also known as my home. But Steve Pilfold is on his way here. And the procession is about to appear. So we're at 9:20 really now, and Steve Pilfold is on his way to us, and we'll be able then to maybe have a chat with Steve, see if some of the video that he has been able to grab for us, and we'll share that with the viewers. But we'll probably post that as a separate post a little bit later in the evening. So for now, anyway, I guess I'd like to thank you very much, Helen, for being our host.
It's been my absolute pleasure.
And for use of your facilities.
You're welcome.
A massive thank you to Eugene Sully, our outside broadcast unit, and to Steve Pilfold, our technical supremo. And of course to Roger Stamp, who's our sound engineer extraordinaire. I'm just giving you a pan around now. Noisy devils. So this is Borough's Bonfire Society and their banner. This is the front of their procession coming up School Hill. Hello to Alex Liccardo, who's watching in Lewes, and who can't believe that I started reading in Portuguese, mangling the language. And so we've got a great view now of Borough processing up School Hill.
They'll be making their way up to Landport Bottom, I think, now, won't they?
Indeed they will, for their fireside. So the next stage in this evening's festivities, and there's their effigy of Guy Fawkes.
It's really
Double
wonderful,
jumped.
that. I just love it.
Very clever. Very clever. What happens next in this evening's proceedings, is that each of the societies now will be making their way to their own fire sites, and there are 6, and they will be then blowing up effigies of Guy Fawkes. They'll blow up their tableau. They'll then have their aerial display, their firework display, and members of the public will ooh and ah at the splendour. And they'll have a fantastic and a huge bonfire which they've been building for days. And these things are constructed out of pallets and there's a real sophisticated design to the way that they're constructed. Obviously there's a safety element to that. Very often they're covered in greenery as well to make them look attractive, and so that they don't burn out too quickly, and you get smoke, and they look an absolutely splendid sight. And so now the members of Southaven are giving us away, and that is the ringing sound of our outside broadcast unit arriving at the studio. Those of you watching around the world, we've had a message in from Claire Turl, who says a big shout out to Sal, Ange and Pete Kennard in Seaford. Miss you being with you in Borough this year. Roll on next year. Great coverage. Well, thank you very much, Claire.
I would just like to say that it's been so lovely to hear from all of you around the world watching this evening, and it just feels quite moving that after a time where we've all been so atomised and so isolated, it feels like we've kind of got a little bonfire community stretching around the globe now. I think that's really special.
Yep, it's been brilliant, and thank you so much for your support. I mean, the love we've been shown on Twitter and Facebook's been amazing, and on YouTube, where right now we've got, we're at the end of our broadcast, and we've had 1,518 people watching at this very moment. So thank you. 256 subscribers now, which is pretty fantastic.
Not bad.
Yeah, so that's amazing. Thank you so much. We've been having a fantastic time. Look at the smiling faces. I mean, the guys who are in the procession here are looking up at the cameras and giving us a wave. They're being streamed now.
That's something I've been observing all evening, actually, is how much the guys in the procession seem to be enjoying themselves. It's just joyous.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, we're basically all really happy to be back doing what we do for Bonfire. 2 years has been too long.
It's the best atmosphere that I've had out there for years.
So this is Steve Pilfold, who's just joined us, and he's our technical supremo and one half of the outside broadcast unit. Steve, tell us about your experiences this evening.
It's been, well, I was up here for the first half of it. I struggled. I came out of here. I couldn't walk up the pavement. Had to bail out. I had to bail out and run down one of the side streets and then jog up Keir Street to make it to the YMCA on time.
Amazing.
It's been so many. Well, we were saying how quiet it was to start with, and then I don't know where all the people came from, but it must have been 6 o'clock, and like most of the southeast of England seem to be out there at the moment, and it's been really good atmosphere. You can hear explosions going off and people enjoying themselves, and I think everybody's had a really good time. Maybe it's because we were sort of a year behind and we've all missed it, but it's been really, really, really good fun.
What's the atmosphere been like in amongst the processions then, amongst the Bonfire boys and girls? People really happy to be doing this again?
Yeah, loads of firecrackers going off. I think a lot of people probably haven't seen each other for a couple of years, so there's been a lot of chit-chat, people enjoying themselves, and I think, yeah, everybody's basically made the most of it. It's been a glorious evening out there, and it's just been really, really good fun.
Well, you've done a sterling job in getting this technical setup ready for us this evening. I mean, it's quite incredible that we've been able to live stream from Lewes to around the world, even to the International Space Station, if some listeners are to be believed. And that's all been possible with the technical setup. So a huge thank you for that.
Well, you know, they say that the Great Wall of China and Lewes Bonfire are the only two things you can see from space.
I'll drink to that.
Yeah, no, it's been an excellent job. Well, I hope you two have... no, of course, what everybody wants to know is, what news of Eugene?
What news of Eugene? Eugene is out and about. He's currently borrowing the Wi-Fi of a local pub to upload a load of stuff.
So we'll be seeing more from what Eugene has put together for us a little later this evening. We'll bring that to you on our YouTube channel and via our Facebook as well. So take a look at facebook.com/Rocket FM Lewes, and at our YouTube channel for more fascinating and fun videos from the world of Lewes Bonfire. Anything more to add, Steve, or is that you passed out?
No, I think that's it. I'm going to sort us out here, and then I will be up at the Borough Bonfire site. Eugene's going to be up there as well. I think he's already done some Facebook Lives in competition with you from the procession. I think he's sending you some stuff on WhatsApp as well. So you should have some stuff that we've had from the procession in the Facebook and on the YouTube later through the evening. If everybody is watching now pushes subscribe, and if we can get over 1,000 subscribers, it makes it a lot easier as well to do other YouTube lives from mobile phones and things like that. It's just the rules of YouTube. So everybody pushes subscribe now. That would do us a big favour, because I think in the future we're going to be putting more and more stuff out online, because that's the way of the world these days.
Absolutely, Steve. So there you go. So that little red button there to the bottom right of your screen, hit subscribe, and if we get over 1,000 subscribers tonight, that means that we'll be able to live stream from out in the streets and bring you more of this fantastic experience of Lewes Bonfire. So watch out for more content from us during the rest of this evening, from the bonfire prayers at Borough, perhaps at Commercial Square, and also from the fire sites and the aerials, and keep an eye in the sky above Lewes. We'll be back next year, of that I have no doubt. A big thank you to Roger Stamp, our sound engineer, to Helen.
It's been my pleasure.
And this is me, Dino Bishop, signing off from Rocket FM's live stream of Lewes Bonfire 2021.
Bye.